broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. We are back at it on this short work week. How about that? We're already at Tuesday. I mean, dude, it's like living in fast forward. I feel like it's a Kenny Chesney song we're living in.
It's the start of a wild week, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I already feel so accomplished.
Yeah.
Got through Monday. Everybody survived.
That's right. And laid low and had snoots of, fireball and things.
That did happen. It's been a wild 4 days. I feel like I left you like 2 weeks ago with everything that's gone on. It's just been a nutty Memorial Day weekend, and I know it's like this mix between it's a somber period, It's a celebratory period, and when you get the days off and you can go back to work and feel pretty refreshed, I'm like, all right.
Yeah, and I do, man. I feel good.
That's a W.
I'll admit, I feel pretty good this morning for it to be early. But, that's another thing that I kept seeing it pop up on social media, and it doesn't irritate me, but it always makes me, I don't know. I just don't understand it much.
Well, first off, how do they irritate Tug?
Well, it's when the whole people will be like, well, you don't say Happy Memorial Day. I got it, dude. I got it. I know. I understand. But the rebuttal I always have to that is those people gave up their entire life. They gave up everything so you could have a happy Memorial Day. The last thing they would want you being is somber and sad. They want you to celebrate. They want you to live your life. That's the reason they gave theirs. That's the way I feel.
I know we'll get into the 7 o'clock hour. Memorial Day has turned from what was a more somber day for my family. I'm named after a Vietnam veteran who didn't make it home.
This is incredible.
To turning into what it's turned into for my family in the last several years. So there's always a phone call that goes on with my dad and I on Memorial Day, and he's just a little bit more chipper these days. Even though he lost his hero, his older brother when he was younger. Now that he knows the full story of it, it's a different kind of day in my family than what it used to be. Yeah,
I absolutely want to reflect. I absolutely want to give reverence, but I know those people that sacrificed it all. They did it for you to be able to live the way you do.
I'm sitting at the pool with my red, white, and blue. Got my little can holder, and all I'm thinking to myself is, this has been bought and paid for by young men and young women.
That's exactly right.
I think it's important just to remember that.
Without a doubt. And then raise hell.
Because
that's what we did.
Yes, that is the goal.
Dude, it was such a great weekend. It was so much fun. Friday night, went to the Keith Urban show at Ameris Bank Amphitheater. And I've seen Keith about a dozen times, and he's always incredible. And it's always fun to see people that haven't seen him a bunch of times get to see him because he's so stinking talented. And if you love guitar-driven music, he's one of the best guitar players there.
By the way, that was apparently the place to be if you were Cumming, Alpharetta,
for sure.
Woodstock.
Yep.
The amount of my friends are like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to go see the show tonight.
Yeah, it was so much fun, dude. It was so good. And, he's just the best. He's so good. And I'll admit, it's not my go-to typically. If I'm flipping on music, Keith Urban's usually not the first person. He'll wind up in the playlist somehow or other, but he's never my go-to.
Well, there's no Shake It For Me Girl.
That's right. Because that's Luke Bryan.
That's right. Really what it comes down to.
That's right. But they blew up about the same time.
Jackson over there, he's like, this is great.
But
our new intern that we'll have for a couple more days where he leaves us.
Are you bailing out soon, Jack? Is Jack leaving soon?
Just give us a thumbs up or thumbs down.
No, he's not going anywhere.
Okay, never mind.
Good news.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, he knew Shake It For Me Girl. Because let's face it, that's like a college anthem.
Absolutely.
College bar anthem.
Country Girl, Shake It. Huge hit for Luke
my
Bryan.
Go-to. Does he sing Shake It For Me Girl?
I'm queuing that up first because I'm trying to set the stage. I'm trying to set the mood. Get over there, girl.
Get over there, girl.
Come on now. But then Saturday went to the Braves game. So when I should back up a little bit. Well, Laura and I went with some friends to Keith Urban. Jacob went to the Braves game.
Yeah, he went
Friday
to two
night.
games, right?
Friday night, yeah. And he was like, dude, right before we left. I mean, parted ways. We went our way. He was like, Cuna's hitting a home run first pitch of his first at bat.
Talk about just announcing your presence with authority for him to do that.
Yes.
And the first pitch to Acuna, he swings, he drives one, pushing way back. Is this real life? It's a home run by Acuna. 1-0 Braves. Holy smokes! This place is delirious.
This place is up for grabs right now.
It was surreal.
Is this real life?
Yeah, is this real life?
It's just because it seems so made up.
It was very surreal.
It was super
Now,
cool.
the Braves, and it's a tight ball game.
Yeah,
it's a
they end
pitcher's
up
duel,
losing
and they end up dropping that game. They
2-1.
win Saturday and then lose Sunday. But to see him come out and homer twice, and then what was even more impressive to me, because the bat's the bat, and this is where I felt like he was pretty healthy. Did you see the StatCast numbers on his throw from right field?
No.
So he made a throw from right field, trying to gun out a runner at the plate. Now, it was made very close by his throw. He threw it 104.9 miles per hour.
Good Lord.
All right, that ties. There's one other outfield in O'Neill out of Pittsburgh who did the same thing. They each threw the ball from the outfield nearly 105 miles an hour. You have to have. It's not just about the arm.
No, it's the
strong core and legs
Core and
to
legs,
throw
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
So if first weekend, let's see where he's at. Pretty good.
Pretty impressive.
Pretty impressive stuff.
No question.
So they'll
about
start
it.
they'll be in Philadelphia starting tonight for a 3-game series.
And obviously the Phillies are really good too. So we got a tough row ahead.
Yeah, good getting Acuna back like that.
Oh my gosh, it was so awesome. And we're sitting at dinner before heading over to Ameris, and half paying attention to the game, whatever, keeping up a little bit on my phone. And I get this text, and it's like, I told you. What did I tell you? He's taking full credit.
Didn't take long. Bottom of the first.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah, first.
And not
pitch.
by a little bit.
Yeah,
like
dude,
it was clear. It was like 20 rows
smoked
deep.
it.
Jeez.
Yeah,
What a player.
Yeah, Jacob's texts were over the moon and had a really good time. So then Saturday, we went to the Braves game. So much fun. They got the win there. And Sunday, cookout with all of our friends. And then yesterday, just a nice slow day with the grandparents. My in-laws and my mama came over, and we had dinner. It couldn't have been a better weekend. It just seemed to be. It didn't go too fast. It didn't drag. It was perfect. I felt like it was a perfect weekend.
We had an adventure. So Friday, we finished the show, and I immediately jump in the car and I head for Florida.
Yeah. Oh, yes, that's right.
So I get to about Phoenix City. So I'm right on that border. I'm getting ready to go into like Alabama, right there with Georgia.
Sounds like a Riley Green song to me.
I get a phone call, and it's basically, here's the deal. The deal we had on the table to purchase your home is falling through.
Oh, no.
And we're not going to be moving forward with it. I was like, oh, okay, this is a bit of a problem. So in my mind, I'm thinking, do I turn around and go back? I'm like, no. I still have to get down there to get the stuff I need to clean out the owner's closet and to do all the things I need to. And so I do. In the meantime, I'm now yapping with my wife about, so what do you want to do? Do we put this back on the market? What do we do? How do we go about this? So I'm there for like 13 hours. Like I was there, got stuff packed up, got real drunk, picked up some seafood, came back into town. Like I was back in town, just like you suggested. By 12 o'clock, I was pulling back into our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So it's like good turnaround. Ended up cooking some really awesome fresh seafood on the grill for the girls.
Huge, yeah.
Got the house on the market. By that next morning, there's an offer.
Oh, wow.
And another one. And so we ended up signing again to now sell the property once again, which it'll now close first week in July. We actually tried to work it out to where the new owners could take it for July 4th weekend. But we ended up making a good amount of money. Versus if we had taken the deal on Friday.
Got it.
So it's funny how stuff can work out at times like that.
Absolutely,
But it's been this
Congratulations.
roller coaster ride of, well, let's do this. Oh, that didn't work out. Okay,
Yeah.
let's change this. Okay, let's see what. And then by the time it all plays out, it was, all right, we're going to do okay here.
We actually
it's going to work out.
Doing better than
Gonna do
you
better
would
than
have
we thought
others.
of. Yeah.
Dude,
So, pretty
that's
cool.
the greatest.
Just got to, as I was telling my wife, I'm like, man, you just got to keep the faith in this whole thing.
That's right,
You know,
yeah.
Keep positive attitude.
No,
with
that's
this stuff.
exactly right,
So
man.
that's all we did. And then, got in a couple good volleyball workouts and everything else with the girls. It was, like I said, coming out of a holiday weekend on a Tuesday, I'm like, man, we're rolling right along.
Dude, that's
good start to
news.
summer.
Yeah.
Good start to summer.
For sure. Well, Jure.
Yes, sir.
Anything for you, man? How was yours?
That was great. Watch the Braves. It was great. Same with y'all. I mean, just a nice weekend with family. Had a nice little cookout. Did some burger. We did a cookout on Sunday, and then last night I was looking around. I was like, man, I could do some burgers myself here at the home. It's not right if I don't get on the grill.
They're not going to eat themselves.
That's right. Or make
It's
themselves.
like my man's got to get after it a little bit.
I got to breathe in a little bit of smoke.
Yeah.
In front of the grill. Stand there and drink a cold beer.
I will tell you, shout out to Drew, new friend in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Somebody I met at the pool yesterday, and he started talking about he had a Boston butt that was on his smoker. He's like, I put it on yesterday. Like, at this point, it's been on probably about 14, 15 hours.
Wowzers.
And so, like, but here was the cool part. I had no idea about this. He goes, I was looking on YouTube, and I saw this device. I was like, I can build that. Now, don't think of this in terms of like what you would see at a campground. This thing was built nicely. He had a 55-gallon drum that he had basically drilled holes. He'd made some adjustments to it to where he could control the airflow that was going through. He had a basket that would drop into it. He basically created his own smoker.
Wow.
With like temperature gauges and
Is he
everything.
an engineer?
No, although he is in software.
Okay.
But when he showed it to me on his phone, I was like, because in my mind I'm thinking, well, we would make weird contraptions when we would like hunt in South Texas.
Yeah.
We always come up with ways to build a smoker.
Sure.
It's like, no, that's not the case. Like
Yeah.
this dude built this really cool, like next level stuff. I'm sitting there and like I'm a Traeger guy. This dude's like building his own stuff.
Dude,
it was
that's
so cool to look
so
at.
good.
Yeah.
My buddy Trey is just, he loves putting stuff on the grill, and he's got a smoker outside. And he was trying to walk me through how he made the brisket, and he made this incredible brisket. It was so good. And I was like, buddy, I don't care. I just don't care.
It's just want it on your plate.
When can I eat it?
Yeah.
He was like, he's trying to tell me, and I was like, dude, I just don't even care. I want to eat it right now.
I have wronged you both. I've wronged all three of you.
Oh, geez,
and this was
dude.
an accident.
Wow.
So remember the argument that we got into months ago about how your wife and my wife, like, well, let's do it this way. All right, Jure, when you make something on the grill, let's say those burgers, how long will you keep them in the fridge before you say, okay, I got to throw them out?
3-4 days.
Okay. You and I will go like a week.
Easy. Full 7.
Yeah.
I just don't make enough. See, y'all are making for
We're making a larger
group.
amount.
Yeah.
I just go through it fast enough.
Okay. So let's just say if you made a crazy ton of ribs, how long would you let them stay in the fridge?
Yeah, a week. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Easy.
So I just hit that mark. I had like a whole thing of ribs that I forgot to bring in. So tomorrow I'm going to bring it in. Now it is hitting the 7-day mark.
I don't care. I just doesn't even.
Eat at your own risk. I will risk that.
Yeah,
Okay.
dude, I'm rolling the dice.
mean,
talking up these ribs.
We're talking, I smoked these things for about 5 hours, 5.5 hours.
Yeah, buddy.
Last weekend. So we're now hitting that point. And you've had them before.
That's right.
So these are like
So
heat them
good.
up and let them go.
Dude, that's my favorite.
Ribs for breakfast sounds good.
If they
Yes,
make you
they do.
sick, you've been warned.
That's right.
The other thing I caught, I definitely caught
risk
part of the Indy 500 on Sunday.
Okay.
I did not realize. I mean, they talk about Indy cars. You think about them going fast. 230 is what those cars
Somebody
are
hit
hitting.
230? Is that
They're
normal?
all hitting 230 every lap. I didn't realize 230 miles an hour was normal for that.
If I can,
Nor did I.
as the nerd,
Yeah.
they actually have to build those cars to keep them from flying.
Right.
Yeah.
So they have to build the
Like they have to build it towards like, don't let it, it'll take off if it gets too much air.
because like on the back of cars when they put a scoop back there on the back to make and it looks cool, right? But in reality, they're supposed to push the car down to keep them on
it's
the
all
road.
functional.
Right. They're at
Yeah,
not
it's
not
not
on
on the
everyday
racetrack,
cars,
it's all
but yeah, on the
functional, but
race
not
Exactly.
cars.
Like when you're
They
on
just look cool
400, it's
regular.
not functional
Yeah.
at 75 miles an hour, or like in the 80s or 90s when apparently everybody needed like the real rear spoiler. Go, oh, that car must be fast. No, that's for show. Those dudes
Yeah.
are doing it to keep from flying into space.
Exactly right.
I mean, NASCAR does, I think they still get up to 200 on some of the tracks.
But they get up there close, but not
230.
30.
That is wild.
I mean, isn't that?
That's got to be the fastest cars other than, your dragsters.
I mean, if you think about it, I want to say an aircraft carrier, when they launch off the catapults on an aircraft carrier, they hit like 250 to take off. So, I mean, you're not far from that.
No.
So that's why Los is talking about need the spoiler to keep them from taking off.
NASCAR makes it to 200 at their super speedways like Daytona and Talladega.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. And
230, wow.
we were just watching it and I was just waiting for somebody to take off.
Yeah.
But they make those things so safe that these guys are in there and shoot, man, they don't go into the wall. I didn't see any bad wrecks on Sunday.
Shoot, yeah.
And
Race
they make
hail,
them so that
praise
they
Dale.
don't fly off into the stands anymore.
I know it, man. That's good stuff right there. That
Spaniard
is a
won
good
it.
weekend. I want you to hear from an ad that ran during that race that you're talking about. It was Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. It was a military ad.
It's well done, too.
This thing is
the imagery. Like it's
so good.
This is going to be problematic because you're going to hear it, but you won't get the imagery. The imagery is just... It just looks cool to see our servicemen and women.
Totally does. But the words, they ring pretty strong.
No more distractions. No more electric tanks. No more gender confusion. No more climate change worship. We are laser focused on our mission of warfighting.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. It's called peace through strength.
You look into the eyes of these young Americans who are giving up the best years of their life in a uniform to serve their nation. They are incredible.
Through our power and might, we will lead the world to peace. Our friends will respect us. Our enemies will fear us. And the whole world will admire the unrivaled greatness of the United States military.
It's so good.
And you wonder why the recruitment numbers are through the roof.
Just launching off like
We will replenish.
They've gone wild.
Yeah. And now you understand why. And I can't remember if I brought this up with the when I did that Medal of Honor thing, when I moderated that, and I had asked the guys, I was like, what do you think about this? And they're like, well, let's address the elephant in the room. We have a commander-in-chief that's saying stuff like that, which is to your point. They're like, that's the reason our recruiting numbers are through the roof. And both of them were not afraid to say the last administration had their focus in the wrong place 100%.
If you ever downplayed that leadership is supposed to inspire, that will show you exactly what's supposed to happen. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, there's a reason why people feel more comfortable signing up for military service than they did in the 4 years previous under Joe Biden.
Yeah, like those guys want to go kick ass when we need to kick ass.
These guys are going to get me killed with their crazy rhetoric and the stuff they're involved
That's
in.
Exactly right, dude. 100% correct.
You're going to put me in an electric tank?
Yeah.
What are you, nuts?
What if it sets itself on fire? It'll take forever to put it out. The fire.
I mean, they were just messing around a little bit, and they got 13 killed in Afghanistan, and that was what happened when we gave the pellet gun over to the teacher's lounge.
Yeah. Was it you and I that were talking about the Netflix Osama bin Laden series?
Yes.
Yeah, which is so incredible.
Oh, you started it?
Yeah, I watched it. We watched
It's
the whole
really
thing
well
this
done.
weekend.
Yeah,
watched
it's
the whole
really
thing
well
this
done. Much more focused on the intelligence community than anything else.
Yeah, no doubt. But I watched it toward the end with a lot of pride, but with a lot of frustration with the intelligence community leading in. I just was frustrated by them. And my wife was even like, do you want to finish this? I was like, yes, of course I do. But I was just so irritated by the intel community. And then you get to the end, the Navy SEALs do what they do, and then, it ends on a high note for sure. The discussion about vaccine injuries and even death by two people that the mainstream media just despise. We'll talk about that next. On Extra 1063.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 1063's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
Good morning, get your friend Los. Let's talk about Tom, the honest car guy. Now, what makes Tom so honest? Well, first off, it's just the transparency when it comes to selling you your next vehicle. Now, that's kind of a little bit of a misnomer. I mean, Tom is selling you the vehicle, but you and Tom are basically on a mission to find your next vehicle. That is what Honest Car Guy is offering you. HonestCarGuy.com, HonestCarGuy.com, or call Tom 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1. Here's how this works. You contact Tom. You let him know the make and model that you're interested in. At that point, it becomes a nationwide search. He has access to everything your dealership has access to, except he's not going to charge you the crazy fees that go along with it. You're not worrying about having to pay for that dealership staff or any of the, they've got their coffee bar or their new bar or their hair salon. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Instead, it's just, here's the car, here's the price, and Tom's going to negotiate it for you. At that point, once you've got the car, you pay the Honest Car Guy fee. That's it. That's how you save thousands in the process. I've walked through it with Tom. I've got a 14-year-old. She's going to be 15 here right around the corner. We got to be looking to another car. I will be doing that through Tom. Again, honestcarguy.com, or give him a call, 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well, because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Fox on Tech. How's your air quality? It's one of the questions we all often ask before heading outside for the day. Your local forecast on your favorite weather app or radio station might tell you things like the air quality index. But what if artificial intelligence could predict such things? Microsoft says its latest AI model called Aurora can do exactly that. The tech company says it's accurately predicting weather events as complicated as hurricanes and typhoons. They even claim their forecast outdid the National Hurricane Center's 5-day cyclone tracking in the 2022 season. Using artificial intelligence to help with meteorology isn't exactly new, but Microsoft plans to incorporate Aurora's work into the forecast offerings on its MSN public portal, using it to offer forecasts that update hourly, suggesting they have a high confidence in the AI's capabilities. With Fox on Tech, I'm Evan Brown, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. Thousands of Georgians honored fallen servicemen and women on Memorial Day. Among those locally, a Cherokee County group known as the Shepherd's Men Group held a 12-mile march from Canton to Woodstock. The group carried 75-pound kegs of Clarity Lager, a beer brewed specifically by Reformation Brewing to raise money for the Share Military Initiative. And in Canton, the widow of a Marine organized the decoration of headstones and grave sites that have been neglected at the Georgia National Cemetery. Emily Farmer has been getting flower donations from local florists and Kroger for the past 2 years to honor fallen veterans. And the suspect in the shooting death of a Georgia Tech student has turned himself in to the police on Sunday. Police say it was a targeted incident. Today's weather, lots of rain moving through Georgia with potential for some heavy storms this afternoon and evening. We'll continue to see more rain tomorrow. Temperatures are in the mid-60s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Joe Rogan's podcast with Aaron Rodgers, what they get into is really, really eye-opening when it comes to data about the COVID vax that they told you was just fine.
Let's set this up this way. Remember that Joe Rogan had the scenario where when he got COVID, he went to his doctor. They went basically with the FLCCC treatment with some added stuff in there. And he was, in 2 days, he's like, I'm good. Now, keep in mind, Joe Rogan's like 57 years old. Yeah, he's typically going to be
really good shape.
Great shape. You know, he's in tremendous shape. Yeah, he takes care of himself. This was not going to be a big problem for him. But at the time, the liberal media was trying to tell you that if you got this, you got to the point where you had, I think the number was, it was like 90% of respondents who were Democrats, who were liberals, believed that if you got COVID, you went to the hospital. They put everybody in the hospital. Everybody, it's like
it's a death sentence.
That's what they legitimately thought.
But that's what the media.
That's what the media was like hammering them with. So remember, that's his perspective. Remember that Aaron Rodgers was the guy who decided, I don't want to take this shot, and then that made him arch enemy number one in the NFL.
Number one. That's exactly right.
He's like, I don't want to do this.
It was not just an ESPN conversation that bled into every mainstream outlet.
So that is the place where they're now discussing this. And this now ends up being what ends up being the state of Florida and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that looked at the VAERS data and said, wow, look at these numbers. If we extrapolate this over the amount of people that have been killed by this shot, who have had a reaction, because VAERS data, basically it's you took it and that day or within a day or two, you had a reaction and you're dead. All right. So just by going by the VAERS data, if you pushed it and say, okay, well, how about times 10, times 25? All right, you get a pretty crazy number. Even if you just say by the VAERS data, it killed 43,000.
Good Lord.
All right, so take a listen. They got into this part of this. Again, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that's MIT for those of you that don't speak nerd, and the state of Florida. Here's the information them two got into in the podcast.
Sent Jamie this study, VAERS adjusted data, and other derived from the MIT Florida Department of Health study findings that yield a conservative range of 470,000 to 600,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 mRNA shots.
That's it?
More than, well, just that alone. That's a lot of people, man. More than World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined. If that's true. It indicates Pfizer, this is Pfizer alone, so this is not even Moderna.
Okay.
Pfizer alone likely killed over 470,000 Americans. They found a 36% increase in all-cause mortality among Pfizer recipients versus Moderna.
Yeah, but they saved millions.
Yeah, I keep hearing that.
That's the fun part.
But there's still people that believe that it did.
Yeah, of course.
My Aunt Peg, she would
Absolutely.
argue. She will argue to this moment.
That is why you had Dr. McCullough, who is, again, the best cardiologist we have in this country and also our most published doctor we have in this country. It's Peter McCullough, who will tell you there's never been a randomized double-blind study that shows that it actually saves lives, which is the gold standard by which you say these things.
And that's the reason they didn't do it.
Because it would show you it probably had negative efficacy. And so I love that you have these two guys where one of them was vilified as arch enemy number one, worst guy in the whole NFL. He won't take this, and he lied about taking this. And Joe Rogan, who flat out told you, yeah, I was going to take it, and I was scheduled to take it. And then I had some friends of mine that had adverse reactions to it, and the UFC was like, well, if we can get it scheduled, and he just decided, well, I guess I just won't. And it wasn't like he was anti it. He was planning on it. And then when he started seeing people he knew who had adverse reactions, including strokes, he just decided, I won't do this, and I will seek alternate treatment if I happen to get COVID, and he did.
I'm not trying to make this some grand statement, but I do believe it. It's kind of like cancer. Everybody knows someone who's been affected by cancer, or maybe it's you yourself that have been affected by cancer. Everybody knows someone who's had some sort of adverse reaction to this, whether it's, we talked about menstrual cycles.
Menstrual cycles.
We've talked about
myocarditis, heart issues.
Absolutely. My wife, when she got the shot, her arm swell. I took a picture of it.
Yeah.
And I sent it to the family. And, of course, Aunt Peg, this was even then.
Well, that's a natural reaction.
Dude, you say that in jest.
But that's probably what
she's around what she said.
That's what they were coached to always say.
Dude, everybody knows someone who's been affected by this. So when they share those numbers, that doesn't surprise me.
Again,
it doesn't surprise me at all. And when you talk about, dude, more than World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined, those type numbers, and I'm still not surprised at all.
If only 1/10 of the numbers were correct, let's just say 1/10 of what they're saying, the estimate, the low estimate, 1/10. That's 47,000 had an adverse reaction that killed them. 47,000, you, as I've pointed it out, you wouldn't eat a candy bar that killed 5 people.
If it were a toddler's toy, it'd be taken off the market.
If it killed 3 people, it wouldn't be on the market. On the low end, 47,000 had an adverse reaction that killed them. There is no way in hell that should be on the market. Ever.
And
that's
MIT,
that's a black box warning product.
Of course it is. And MIT is not going to share this data unless they feel confident in their research. MIT has a reputation of being a very good research institute. I'm not saying they're never wrong. I'm not pretending that.
But this isn't some quack.
But that's my
study.
point.
This is MIT in conjunction with the Health Department of Florida. How strange is that?
Dude, I'm telling you.
But
this is so freaking
But it's not even
eye-opening.
It's not even a victory lap from Joe Rogan and Aaron Rodgers.
No, it was more of a realization.
But there's more of a told you so. Like, tried to tell you. I mean, I'm sitting there trying to tell, like, hey, I don't know if you really want to jump into this sort of thing. And the more and we talked about the $1 billion that was spent to vilify people who had doubts, who just said, I want to wait and see. And that was probably the easiest way for me to get away with it. I was just like, listen, I just want to wait and see. I need some more data. What do you mean more data? Why don't you trust the science and trust the experts? Because sometimes they ain't all that experty.
That's right.
And when they're being compromised by the almighty dollar.
When they're getting greased to tell you otherwise, and influencers are getting greased to tell you otherwise, and social media companies are either A, taking it down because they agree with the politics, or B, are being pressured by the federal government to tell you to believe something that you might not otherwise believe.
So when we now have in this podcast, which I've still got, I haven't even gotten to this point yet. Like, I'm 90 minutes in. I haven't even gotten to this point yet. But I do enjoy that this has now made its rounds because it really puts it in the face of people that told you this didn't happen.
Right.
None of this happened. What do you mean? What do you?
And those people
are
a
lie.
Out there, still out there. Those people still are very vocal. I mean, we have some that call in here.
Yes,
actually.
I think it's people have a hard time admitting they were duped. You know, like you got cheated, somebody took something off you, you lost some money in a deal. It's hard to admit, man, because we've all been wrong. Like, being wrong is fine. Being duped, you got to be a little foolish. You got to be a little compliant with it. You have to be thinking about what hey, on the other end of it, this is going to turn out really good.
It was always accredited to Mark Twain. They say it's misattributed to Mark Twain, but I don't care. It doesn't change the fact.
Still a good quote.
It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. Dude, that is the most correct statement I think I've ever heard in my whole life, because people will fight you to the end just to not have to say I was wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
I don't have that gene, dude. I don't have it. If I'm wrong, I'll be like, well, damn, I'm wrong.
Well, think about how weak it is that the only response now is, well, it must have saved millions. All right, find me the double-blind study.
Help me.
We'll do that. Because
help me understand.
If we're going to talk about a gold standard by which we choose to then say, all right, this has been proven beyond a doubt that this is a factual statement. Randomized double-blind study. You go find one, and then you show that it doesn't have negative efficacy or a significant enough efficacy where you can justify the death of 47 to 478,000 people.
And then the next step in all of this is another movement inside the Trump administration, which is getting America healthy. So we've learned, at least I think most people have learned from the COVID experiment, the pandemic that happened. But there's still people pushing back, understandably, because if they're pushing back against obvious COVID information, they're going to push back against information that RFK Jr., they're going to call him a quack too, just like they did Dr. Peter McCullough. They called him a quack, wasn't. And RFK that way too. We all grew up on Lunchables. Probably not the best. I mean, just looking back, if you look at a Lunchable, there's some questions. I have some questions.
There's so the report that came out, and again, it came out of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s office. It's been published, and it's part of the MAHA movement, and it is just to give you data as to what is happening in the marketplace when it comes to feeding your children, because we do have an epidemic of children that are not healthy.
40% of all American children, 40% of them have some sort of chronic illness.
They have, whether it's
40%, dude.
Yes, and many of them, it's all tied to being overweight. That we have fed these children so much crap that their body has not been able to respond well to it. So, for instance, a year ago, I told my wife, "Hey, do you know that Lunchables have lead in it?" And she stopped buying Lunchables for like 6 months, 8 months. I was like, this is pretty good. She kind of listened.
Headed in the right direction. All right.
Then, as the girls got more busy and we got closer to selling the house and having to, not cook as many meals at home, suddenly the Lunchables showed back up in my house. Now, what Consumer Reports, not me, not RFK Jr., what Consumer Reports found was that you have a percentage of lead that is allowed in your diet on a daily basis.
Lead.
All right. First, it should be 0, but there is an acceptable amount in which we are not worried about having some sort of craziness happen to you. Understand that a Lunchable consumes 74% of your daily allowance, a safe daily allowance of lead. 74% of it. So when this stuff starts coming out, I'm just saying that parents, all we want is just give us some decent information so we can make a choice. And what it's going to take for my wife, apparently, it's going to take a label on the box that said, this children's meal contains 70% of the maximum daily allowance of lead.
Almost like the ones on the cigarette boxes,
yes.
The warnings, the Surgeon General warning.
It's going to take that on the box for my wife to go, maybe I should cut up some fruit.
Yeah, that's right. Or find something else. Maybe let's find something else.
Maybe we try a little bit something different. But this is a step in the right direction. And having the discussion point, not only with weight, because that's important in diabetes, but also one of the other points that they pointed out was you've had a 1,400% increase in the use of medications on children when it comes to any sort of whether it's mental health or anxiety or anything else. 1,400% increase. How has that happened? Is it just we're diagnosing it better? It's no. Dietarily, we've done something to our kids that's causing them problems.
And you see it every day. It's becoming more clear every day. And let's just say that RFK Jr. is wrong on some of this. You're still improving your diet.
Yes.
What's the worst that could happen if he's wrong? And I'm not saying he is by any means, because I don't believe he is you change your diet and you get more active. Tell me where the argument is.
I like that somebody had posted this to go off of this information. It had the 2030 food pyramid. Because remember, the food pyramid's it's BS to start with. At the top is antidepressants. Next is soy milk. Third is bugs. Fourth is seed oil. And then fifth is microplastics.
Yes, let's move on.
That's your World Economic Forum food pyramid.
They'll feed it all to you. They will feed it all to you. The disrespect and contempt the left has for America manifested itself in a major American city yesterday. This will piss you off. Next on Extra 106.3.
Latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. The Atlanta Braves dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the San Diego Padres at Truist Park. They got a day off yesterday as the team opens up a 3-game series tonight in Philadelphia against the Phillies. It'll be Spencer Strider making his second start since coming off of the injured list. He'll be opposed by Ranger Suarez. First pitch is set for 6:45. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app. 680 The Fan. From the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are now a win away from the NBA Finals after a 128-126 victory in Minnesota last night over the Timberwolves. Thunder now lead that series 3-1. And tonight, the Pacers look for their own 3-1 series lead as they host the New York Knicks. That game will tip off at 8 p.m. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we know gifting isn't just about the latest styles and best quality, it's also about the best prices to make your occasions memorable without breaking the bank. Diamond studs are the perfect gift. They start at just $275 and have 100% upgrade value for life. We have a great selection of diamond and sterling silver jewelry with necklaces as low as $110. So don't compromise on your big occasions. Stay in your budget with something they'll cherish. From D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Senior software engineer positions offered by Warner Media Services, LLC in Atlanta, Georgia. Develop and maintain back-end software solutions across multiple domains. Continuously leverage new technology to build immersive and interactive viewing experiences. Develop solutions that balance innovation, quality, delivery time, and align with business strategy. Write clean and documented code and quality tests. Hybrid work schedule. Submit resume to wbdi@wbd.com. Reference job ID 8452041.
The right partner makes all the difference. For more than 185 years, we've forged personal relationships with our customers and communities, funding economic development and rallying around the causes that are important to our neighbors. With the technology, products, and expertise you'd expect from a big bank and the local decision-making and commitment to community from your neighborhood bank, United Bankshares is your trusted financial partner for life. Learn more at bankwithunited.com. United Bankshares, member FDIC.
It's May 27th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Grape Popsicle Day. The popsicle has long been a tasty treat that's nearly synonymous with the arrival of warmer weather. The history of the popsicle dates back to 1905 in San Francisco, California, as a young Frank Epperson discovered he made the dessert completely by accident. Nearly 20 years later, he patented the frozen sweet as the Epsicle, later changing the name to the Popsicle. Also on this date, in 1958, Ernest Green becomes the first African-American student to graduate from Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas. Just a year earlier, Green was part of the Little Rock Nine, who had to be escorted into the segregated school by federal troops as members of the Arkansas National Guard blocked their entry into the building. If it's your birthday today, you share it with former Secretary of State and Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. Henry Kissinger, born in 1923. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
This is House Call for Health. For millions of Americans, Memorial Day includes grilling. The National Fire Protection Association has a few safety tips. Once you settle the debate of which is better, propane or charcoal grilling, there are steps you can take for each. For propane, check the tank for leaks before using it. Also, keep the grill clean of grease or fat buildup, which can lead to a fire. Make sure the grill is away from your home or deck railings, not under an eave or overhanging branches. If you prefer the charcoal method and use starter fluid, be sure to use only a charcoal starter fluid, not adding other fluids or flammable liquids to the fire. And when you're done grilling, make sure the coals are cooled completely before disposing of them. Never leave the grill unattended when in use, and regardless of the preferred cooking method, keep children and pets away from the flames. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
So the Braves, over the weekend, they celebrated Medal of Honor winners. They memorialized those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Now, as we move into 4th of July, they'll celebrate America's independence. The Braves celebrate all kinds of things. You know, they have like school teacher night. You know, they celebrate people because that's what a good community does.
Pretty regular.
Yeah. Can you imagine if the Braves were to celebrate Philadelphia Phillies night. Like, what?
Well, it just feels gross.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Or let's just make it less intrusive. Maybe it was Pittsburgh Pirates night at the Braves Stadium. Be like, what?
What? Why would you do something to me like this?
Well, this makes no sense whatsoever. Well, that is exactly what Chicago's mayor did yesterday on Memorial Day. He celebrated, instead of Memorial Day, this holiday to reflect on those who've made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. He decided, no, I'm not going to celebrate Memorial Day. We're going to celebrate Africa Day.
Hello, I am Mayor Brandon Johnson, and I am proud to join you in recognizing and celebrating Africa Day.
What?
The continent of Africa is made up of 1.2 billion people with diverse countries full of rich traditions, cultures, and heritage. The African diaspora can be found in cities and countries around the globe. And right here in Chicago, our proud African communities have made indelible contributions to the growth and fabric of our amazing city.
Let's say all that, everything he said was true, and I don't know, I kind of tuned it out because it sounds so dumb. Wouldn't you choose a different day to celebrate Africa Day? I'm not saying you can't celebrate Africa Day. It seems odd in Chicago. This is what you celebrate, but okay.
I'm just saying that maybe if you wanted to, maybe the day or weekend after Memorial Day weekend.
That's exactly right. Like the addition just doesn't work. It just doesn't make any sense. But it reminded me a lot of people who despise America and have no feeling about this country the way that you and I do. And here's another example. This is why I feel this way. This is why I'm seeing this trend with the commies, like the people running the Biden White House. Remember, for Easter, they celebrated Trans Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. I just see a theme with people that despise America. How do we tarnish? How do we taint? How do we make something that is wonderful and great and meaningful for the people that live in this country? How do I take that and piss right on it? Because that's exactly what he did. That's the way I felt about it.
I mean, I'm going to count it down. I mean, I've been counting down, similar to like how kids work with Christmas.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for June 19th. And my suggestion is maybe, but just, again, I'm not trying to push or bully anyone. I'm just saying that if maybe you wanted to have some symmetry in what you were doing, maybe we marry Africa Day in Chicago with Juneteenth.
Okay, well, that at least would
sound cool, right? I mean, since everyone still remembers what Juneteenth is, right?
Yeah, well, not unless you tell them.
Oh, not unless you tell them. I'm
unless
sorry.
You're born and raised in Texas.
Part of Texas history that suddenly got turned into something when everybody went crazy. I did this over the weekend as we passed our Happy George Floyd Day memorial.
Oh, yeah.
I told my wife, we're sitting at the pool, and I go, so it was a little girl. In fact, new friend Drew, it was his granddaughter.
Oh, nice.
And she's playing with a particular toy, and it's Paw Patrol, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar with that.
And she's got Marshall. Now, Marshall is the Dalmatian. He's the firefighter.
Okay, got it.
Right? I look over and I go, oh, look, she's got Marshall. We both have a laugh at it. I go, hey, do you remember when your side tried to cancel the police dog 5 years ago?
That's right.
And she's like, what? And I go, you remember when your side made us take cops off the air in 2020?
Yeah.
Like, how stupid were y'all?
Well, and how stupid were any of us to allow it to happen?
But what's going on is you still have this old playbook by these people. They're still playing by like these 2020 rules.
Yeah.
They're still playing by this, and it's a slow boomer tactic. They haven't come up with the next thing. It's almost like they spent the better part of 50 years trying to get to Saul Lewinsky tactics. All right, like rules are radicals, they try to get to it. Then they went to it so hard for about a decade that now it's played out and they don't know what to do.
Because everyone rejects it, resoundingly rejects it.
Because it's remake what you do. Like the Chicago mayor is like, let's remake Memorial Day as Africa Day.
Yeah, we don't need it. And most Americans are like, no, we haven't none of this. And that's why and we'll get to this part of the conversation in the next segment, in the first segment of the 7 o'clock hour, why the Democrats right now are trying their damnedest to figure out how to speak to dudes. And I'm like, it's not real hard. The difference is they're going to try to rework their language They're going to try to say, well, we're not woke. We're going to stop using woke words. We're not changing the fact that we believe in everything that you despise and everything that you disagree with, but we're not going to call it that anymore.
No, we have to rebrand all of this stuff.
Back
Digging
to your
deep
point.
into the thesaurus.
That's right. We're going to
thesaurus.
Right. We're going to remake and rebrand. We're not changing, but we're going to try to pretend like we are.
But if we can,
and hoping you'll fall for it as a dude.
But their view of things, and this is strange to think about. If they can make you remake and rethink aspects of language and how you consider things. For instance, if you were to ever say, you know what, this is a Memorial Day thing. This is played out. Africa Day sounds new and hip. All right, let's go with this. I mean, this is just part of how they remake your society. Remember, there's only one party, one group of people, one faction who ever tried to tell you that there was anything more than two sexes.
Yeah.
Because if you can do something so foundationally, like, I guess they failed on water's wet, sky is not blue.
Yeah, right.
Water's hot.
Yeah.
Water feels like concrete.
Sky
and
green.
The sky is green. All right. If they can't get those two, all right, well, let's try sex.
Yes, that's right.
And if you'll accept that, now you'll accept a whole lot of different stuff that gets thrown your way.
And they don't have to get everybody in on the first swoop.
Just got to get you playing it.
Just get 2 or 3 fools that are like, no, they're right. There is a dozen sexes or a million sexes or whatever the number is.
I mean, intern Jack, I want you to take notes on this, Simple Jack. Part of the reason why I ended up over at Extra is because I went, you really think canceling a Paw Patrol puppy who wears a police uniform is really going to change anything? Like, is that a bad idea? Yeah. Hey, I really like Cops when I'm drunk and it's 2:00 in the morning. Like, Cops is hilarious. Every single one of those guys, mostly the white ones, all end up without shirts. Every time. You know why? Meth, baby. They're hot. They're like, oh my God, it's so hot. I got to take off my shirt and run around with the police officers. Every single time. I adore that sort of programming. So to think that 2020 about making things, we're going to fix things in our society by taking stuff off of TV that you like. Did you know, Jack, Simple Jack, that we ended racism by putting end racism in the NFL into the end zones?
And it did it.
Like,
Complete the task.
Tug and I were like, man, I got to rethink this whole racist lifestyle I'm living. Tug was like, I got to burn these hoods.
That's right.
Thank you, NFL.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just saying, it's all symbolism with these people, and they expect you to play a game. And so to think over Memorial Day weekend, let's call it Africa Day. How about I got a better idea? How about we Lori Lightfoot your ass out of office?
Right. And
maybe you'll get it right sometime, Chicago. You're an awesome city. Start acting awesome.
And his polling numbers are like 4%.
Yes, he's worse than Lori Lightfoot, and that's saying something.
I mean, she looked like a gremlin.
Yes. Like, she's looking over going like, how did you manage to lose the other 20% that I had supporting me? I had like 24% approval, and you're down to 4?
How did you get to 4? As if it was a challenge. When he came into office, he says, I'll see you 24 and take the 4.
I'll see you.
And I'll move
trash this number.
I'll move down to 4. God, what a mess. What a bunch of freaking losers. It's so true. You're right. Chicago is an awesome city.
It's a great city. It should be acting great.
But they are not. And they don't. And the mayor represents just the ignorance of liberal politics. God. A close personal Memorial Day story from the show that is sure to stir some emotions if you love America too. The 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. This is the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063.
Legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 1063. With daily commentary you'll hear throughout the day. And he's on live with a Morning Xtra every Tuesday morning at 7:30. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063. And catch all of Neil's commentary on the Extra app.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people. Without destroying your credit, they can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A homeless man from California who won the jackpot in more ways than one makes today's Dean's List. He's a familiar face at Sandy's Deli, and the store manager has known him for years. He had $1 someone had given him and decided to try his luck at a scratch-off ticket. Store manager Wilson Simon says the man came into the store, bought the ticket, and spent a moment trying to figure out if what he was seeing was real. At first, he thought he had won $100,000, but Wilson corrected him and said it was $1 million. Then he smiled and said, "Well, I guess I'm not homeless anymore." Not having the transportation to head to another city to pick up his winnings, Wilson offered to drive him. The man who wishes to remain anonymous told Wilson he wants to buy a place of his own to live and then buy a car to get around. He says he's not going to waste 1 minute of the rest of his life without doing something to better himself and help others. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Fox on Tech.
College students are embracing AI faster than any other group. Over 1/3 of 18 to 24-year-olds use ChatGPT. And in that group, over a quarter of their messages are about learning, tutoring, and schoolwork. The challenge is, when does AI cross into cheating? The technology is good enough that ChatGPT can now finish your math homework and write most of your essays. AI policies are usually left up to individual professors at each school. Some are relying on AI detectors, but there are already apps available right now that beat those detectors. Other professors are changing the way they grade students. Brian Green at Santa Clara University stopped giving students essay assignments after he caught his students cheating with AI.
This is something I emphasize to my students very often, which is that if you use AI to replace you in school, don't be surprised if someone eventually uses AI to replace you in your job.
With Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 1063.
Russia takes a little more of Ukraine. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, seizing control of 4 border villages in northeast Ukraine following a deadly bombardment over the weekend. The Wall Street Journal reports President Trump is considering new sanctions this week,
saying his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin had gone absolutely crazy. The Kremlin's hit back, Putin's spokesman saying the crazy comment was connected to an emotional overload of everyone involved. 13 people were killed in Ukraine over the weekend by 367 drones and missiles, prompting Germany to remove range restrictions on arms supplied to Ukraine. It means German-supplied weapons can attack military positions deep inside Russia.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. Police in Philadelphia keep searching for multiple shooters who opened fire last night in Fairmount Park, killing 2 people, wounding 9 others.
It is a challenge when individuals decide that they're going to fire into a crowd.
Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel. The manhunt for escaped prisoners in Louisiana is down to 2 after 3 more were captured yesterday.
Lanton Van Buren was found in Baton Rouge, sitting on a bench near a department store after someone called in an anonymous tip. The other 2, Jermaine Donald and Leo Tate, were captured in Walker County, Texas, more than 300 miles from the jail they escaped from. Police say the 2 led law enforcement on a high-speed chase before being taken into custody.
That's Fox's Todd Pyro. There's also been a 13th arrest of people charged with either helping the 10 prisoners break out a week and a half ago or helping fugitives on the run. It's also day 3 of the manhunt for a convicted murderer who broke out of a prison in Arkansas. A big night for Billie Eilish at the American Music Awards on CBS through Dick Clark Productions, winning in all 7 categories Eilish was nominated in, including Artist of the Year, Song of the Year, and Favorite Pop Album.
Thank you to the AMAs. Thank you to the fans. I know you voted for this. This means the world to me.
Kendrick Lamar had the most nominations, 10, but got just one award. Taylor Swift won none. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063. Glad that you're here. Following a nice long weekend. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. So many ways to listen to the station. I've laid them out many times, but will again. Extra 1063 app is the best way for sure, because you can go back and listen to the show at your leisure. It happens, and then it's placed there on the app, so you can listen to it whenever you feel the time is right, whenever you have a moment to spend with us here on the Morning Extra. But also, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and the local afternoon show with the Kimber, Pete, and Flounder. Always content available at your leisure. Extra 1063 app, like I said, is the best way to go. Memorial Day is a day to reflect on those who have paid the ultimate price, given the ultimate sacrifice of their life, their existence for yours. And there's been a lot of people that have defended this nation and never come home. You saw the names populate in your social media feeds all weekend long. And I've even seen a few this morning that were quite moving. It was a guy that was a Army Ranger, and his wife was a Navy sailor, and she was killed in action. And he was there with his 2 little boys. It was so moving to see the pictures, and there's somebody that has a story similar to that here on this show. And Los has alluded to it a few times and even talked about it a little bit. But the change that happened in their family, in their celebration of Memorial Day, is what he's going to talk about here.
So I'm named after Carlos Medina, a private who was 22 years old who did not come home. It was my dad's older brother, and he was killed in Vietnam. And for the longest time, my family just had no idea what had happened to him. And that was during the time period early on in that war, and throughout most of that war, we didn't give details to a lot of family members, in part because we were operating in areas that was kind of shady to be operating in. It was about security. And so the family would just get a letter, have somebody show up to their home, and that would be about it. And so for 20 years, my dad would have like a handful of stories about, his older brother. Like one of it was he was a sergeant. He'd been in the military for 5 years. He joined into the Army when he was 17, but he was getting married, and apparently there was some sort of mix-up, probably on his part or somebody else's. He showed up a day late for radio school, and so they pushed him down to private.
What?
So that was kind of like, I was like, how did he spend 5 years in? He was this long. And my dad was like, there was letters that went back and forth with the family about how mad he was over this had gone on. It's like, but everyone still treated him as obviously as a, sergeant level person is basically what was going on.
Which would be an E5 in the Army.
Which would be an E5 at that point. And so, it was kind of like, all right, here's what you're going to deal with. But, oh, by the way, y'all are going over to Vietnam. And this then goes on from, 1967 until I remember this was like I was in college, like 2000, probably about 2000, 2001. And my dad sends me a quick note. He's like, hey, take a look at this. This is something that one of our members of our family found. And it was a story of what they called the Night Stalkers. And at the time in Vietnam, the Night Stalkers, they were, if I'm just remembering correctly, they were nighttime helicopter pilots, helicopter crews. And they would operate in areas where things would be kind of hot. They would get people out of there. Like that was their job. And in the book, this person who was writing about his experiences talked about one of their guys who was working as a machine gunner had decided to get up on a tank and have lunch. And a sniper shot him. And it was like, and that was Carlos Medina. And my family for years operated under the, well, okay, that's what happened to him. Had no idea. Now, fast forward, this is now basically 2021. So that story's been in the family now. Here's what they've got. It's 20 years. And for the 30 years before then, they knew nothing. All right? So we're going 50 years. Talking to Chris Mortensen, the late, great Chris Mortensen, worked out of the AJC, worked out of Atlanta, ESPN for years, the Mort Report. He was one of the original guys who got information about what was going on in the NFL. And Mort would do a weekly on our radio station for years. Just to tell you what kind of guy he was, he did not take payment from the station. He took a donation to his church. Like, that's where he was like, he would talk with David Dickey, here's the contract, send it to my church. Wow. That's how he worked.
See, I didn't realize that. And I mean, obviously we had the pleasure of speaking with Mort a handful of times over there on the fan. Dude. Just always a pleasure. You could just tell. He just oozed with kindness and professionalism. He was top of the top.
So this is going back to Memorial Day 2021. And Mort ends up telling the story about he was playing in his yard when one of those cars that no family wants to see pulled up to his neighbor's house. And that was to inform them that their son had been killed in Vietnam. Now, Mort, several years later, he goes to Vietnam. He served in Vietnam. And fortunately, he was able to come back and came back home safely. But that always stuck in his mind. He always talked about that when we would talk about Memorial Day weekend. And I remember he jumped, we get off the call. And I thank him for his time. And I said, that story that you told, it really hits a certain way because this is what happened with my family. And I can only imagine my grandmother and my grandfather having that same car pull up to their home. And I was like, and it mattered enough to my dad that he made it a point to name me after, his older brother. And he said, well, do you know what happened to him? It's like, no, we've never known, no information. He goes, well, keep looking. As any good reporter would tell you, keep looking. And he's like, they're always releasing new stuff. It's like, you just look into what it is. And sure enough, like that goes by and, it just, it kind of stuck in my mind, goes a little bit later on into, a couple, maybe like a month down the road. And I'm like, you know what? I just want to look in to see what's out there. And sure enough, you had an after action report that had been released. It's from March 1967, and it did not get released until at this point when Mort's telling me this is 2021. It had come out in like 2019.
Okay, yeah.
And it talked about what happened on 26 February 1967. So remember, the story in the family for 50 years is Carlos Medina got up on a tank, was having a sandwich and lunch, and got shot by a sniper. And you're like, that sounds pretty crappy. Like, that's a terrible story. And so I see this report, and I'm like, oh, my God. And I looked it up, and it turns out there were two Carlos Medinas that were killed in Vietnam. One of them looks like the guy that Night Stalker person was talking about. The other one, my uncle, this thing is talking about.
The after action
report. And so I send it to my dad. And, I was like, hey, I need you to take a look at this. I was like, it's the after action report of when your brother was killed. And he kind of starts reading it, and he jumps off the phone. He calls me back, and he's now shared it with all of his sisters and his brothers. And at the time, he's now, had one of his brothers that's now passed, this is, quite a ways ago. But he has a boatload of sisters. Got 7 sisters.
Wow.
And a very strong Catholic family, okay? And by the way, Granddad did not mess around when it came from coming back home from the war.
Right.
He got after it. He's like, this is what we're doing. I've been chasing Hitler around
Seriously.
in the Eastern Front.
Now I'm going to chase Grandma around.
Chase Grandma around for a while. So
there's a country song sounds like that to me.
So this after action report gets passed around, and now my dad's calling me ecstatic. and telling me stories about his brother, and just so like, and then he had this happen, and then he went off to this school, and so here's what it says. All right. It says, and just excuse me for a moment because it is hard to read in these things, but I want to make sure I get, this done right. It says, Private Medina distinguished himself by heroism in connection with military operations against a hostile force on 26 February 1967 while serving as a member of 3rd Platoon, Troop A, 1st Squadron, 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment in the Tay Minh of the Republic of Vietnam. It says, on this date, while participating in a search and destroy operation, his armor unit arrived near a suspected Viet Cong base camp. Elements of each platoon dismounted and cautiously followed a trail in an attempt to locate the enemy. Private Medina aggressively led the patrol. Now, this is where this fits this. They treated him still like an E5, even though, because he'd been in 5 years.
Sure.
So he's leading younger men, but they were like, he's experienced. Yeah, this is what happened, which totally fit.
Especially in theater.
When you're in country.
Oh, my gosh.
That was the deal. So it said, Private Medina aggressively led the patrol, which found the Viet Cong camp. As the dismounted element entered the camp, they received a heavy volume of Viet Cong automatic fire. Private Medina, reacting without hesitation, bravely returned fire in order to protect his comrades while they got to covered positions. It was while performing this courageous act that he was fatally wounded. Private Medina's courage, complete disregard for his own personal safety, and profound concern for his fellow soldiers prevented the loss of many lives. Basically, he drew fire.
He took it all.
You want to talk about the difference in my family of he died on a tank having a sandwich versus finding this stuff out. And so that's like why when my dad and I talked yesterday, Memorial Day, while it does have like a sad element,
of course it does.
It's not sad in our family anymore.
Well, and it shouldn't be, but because that should be celebrated. That's the finest. That's the 1% of the 1%. They write movies about that.
And the commendations that he got, again, they just sent this stuff. And so my dad never knew, like, why.
Do you know what the?
It's like, why does he have a Bronze Star?
Yeah, exactly. See, that's awesome.
And now you know.
Oh my God.
And so that's that background story on how that played out. And so I know that as we opened up the show and we talked about how, like, people are saying, like, well, don't say Happy Memorial Day. It's different in my family now because of that, and because of Mort telling me to look into it and checking this stuff out. I'm telling you, the way my dad called me, and this is, we're talking like, May 2021, and he couldn't wait to tell stories about his brother after he read through this, and he was like, now we know. Dude. It only took 50 years to know.
And it came at the exact right time.
Yeah.
And good Lord's timing is perfect. The Bronze Star Medal is a United States Armed Forces decoration awarded to members of the United States Armed Forces for either heroic achievement, heroic service, meritorious achievement, or meritorious service in a combat zone. That's the award that was given to Carlos's uncle. I mean, and it's such a beautiful medal if you see it. It's a red banner, one thin blue stripe through the middle, and then, of course, the actual bronze star that hangs off of it. And what a great story. Maybe one day, because you have that ability, dude, to write, to build content. You could write the book.
I do wonder about like what the kind of just like the appetite for all this stuff. It's like you read through different stories.
I think it's there.
I still think, and this is the weird part about it. Like, I've been to the Vietnam War Memorial a couple times. I went just about a month ago when we were in town, and just to go see that name on the wall, and everybody who has a story. But I think what is the part that you really get after on Memorial Day is the family has a story. And I think our version of it is it's the family story. It's the family story of just what you go through over 50 years not having any idea what happened. And sometimes that's all people want to know about.
That's exactly right, man. I think the appetite is so strong, maybe stronger now than in the past 5 years or so, because we are healing as a nation. You see, we played the ad earlier in the 6 o'clock hour of Donald Trump and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, that when they were talking about our military, and you see the care that they take and the words they choose to describe our men and women in uniform, and the things that we're focusing on now, I think right now is the perfect time. Not that you have time to do it, because I know you got 2 sweet girls that are running y'all wild with volleyball. And maybe it's, but maybe you get started on it now. And the only thing I say is because, look, our parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles are getting older. I mean, maybe it's the time you start with just the foundational stuff, having your dad tell the story from his perspective, then aunts and uncles telling the story, and then you meld it together, and maybe somewhere down the road is when you actually put the book together. But man, as good of a writer as you are, it just seems like a no-brainer.
It's and thank you for that. I guess considering how many conflicts we find ourselves in, we are just now coming out of 20-some years of a global war on terror. I mean, that was the defining moment for anyone who was my age, is when those towers fell, and then what happens the next 20 years. And it's weird how that then kind of puts Korea on the back burner, and Vietnam on the back burner, and Desert Storm on the back burner, and Mogadishu on the back burner. It's like, and so it's every one of these conflicts. And so I don't know how best to try and say, hey, this story's worth looking into, when there's a million of these stories. There's a million of these families that go through this stuff. And maybe it's just that you get a chance to tell your version of it and get to tell about who all factored into this sort of stuff.
I don't know about you, man, but anytime I see something like that, I watch it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So there is a million.
That, I mean, preserving it for
your
kids,
your daughters.
and your kids, and I mean, for generations to come. I mean, there's value just in that.
I talked about this when we had our event at Governor's Gun Club, and I talked about service to the country and how important I believe that ends up being. To know that when I tell my daughters, I'm like, your great-grandfather was basically involved in hand-to-hand combat and comments across Europe. I was like, and what was so hard for my granddad, like, he was there with one of the initial waves on D-Day. Like, that was part of what had gone on, and never talked about. We would have to get him really drunk, and I remember the one thing that he talked about when we were hunting was that the water was brown because there was so much blood in it.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things that when you saw Saving Private Ryan, you got it right. But he thought, how did I go through that hell, and my son ends up being killed in Vietnam?
Yeah.
Like, how did I survive that?
Yeah.
With a point where the whole idea of like, hey, it's time to leave the front really didn't apply to our military when it came to World War II because of Battle of the Bulge and everything else.
Dude, but I think Jeray's right on this one, man. Preserving that, because I remember sitting in my grandpa's lap, and he was a Army medic stationed aboard a Navy ship, USS Hope, and he would tell me the stories of going ashore in the South Pacific and bringing guys in that had been just shot all to pieces during World War II. I would do anything to have had someone in my family, because I was young, and I try to remember it all, and I think about it a lot, because me and my grandpa were so close. But I would do anything to have those stories preserved, and now you have the opportunity with just the information you know.
There's an oral record that you have in Washington where they will talk to people and interview them for long spans of time, and it becomes part of our National Archives. I just know that when it comes to any of that military service, a lot of people don't ever want to talk about it.
Yeah,
and if they do talk about it, it's in very short spurt terms, because it's not about glorifying it a lot of times. Like, a lot of times when people talk about it, like, I remember I was listening to Chris Peranto, and he was doing an interview. It might have been the Sean Ryan podcast. And he flat out said, he's like, this is the last GD time I'm talking about this. And the only reason he was talking about it is because he's so mad at his own government for what they did.
And rightfully so.
Leaving those guys behind and basically saying, like, okay.
And what does it matter
anyway? And what does it matter? But that's, when people are talking about it, it's because they're still angry about what had gone on.
And they should be.
And to hear other veterans, I know that, Jesse Kelly will bring this up, and a lot of other people that were part of the global war on terrorism. They're like, what are we doing here? Like, what are the goals here?
Yeah, what's the end result?
And what they wouldn't tell our servicemen and women was so that the homeland doesn't get attacked. Here's the target. It's out here in the middle of Afghanistan.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And then to have our country embarrassed on a world stage under the Biden administration and getting 13 more soldiers killed.
But that's when you will hear servicemen talk about that entire situation and how messed up it was. Outside of that, you don't get a whole lot of them talking about their own service.
No, of course not. Because it's always about somebody else. It's always about the bigger goal. It's always about the flag. It's always about the other men, the other women, the other service members.
So that's why yesterday, as much as we get into the whole Memorial Day weekend, that was one of the things I was thinking about was, this is why we get to enjoy all this stuff.
Exactly right.
It's because of these sacrifices.
And then every one of those men and women would tell you,
and their families,
they
same thing.
want you to celebrate. They want you to they want you to enjoy what they sacrificed for. I believe that with all that is me. Tug and Los, man, thank you for sharing that. Such an incredible story.
No, thank you guys for giving me the levity to do it.
Incredible.
It's a crazy story, man.
There's so many great American stories like that are out there, and the more we know, the better. We should know those names. We should know those stories. When we come back on Extra 106.3, 7 o'clock hour, by the way, is brought to you by Van Sant Law Group. If you're in an accident, make the right call. VanSantLaw.com. The one and only talkmaster, Neil Bortz, joins us next to reflect on what he did this wild weekend.
Golf,
sure, exactly. I'm sure it'll be something good. It always is with Neil. Next on Extra.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need...
Good morning. It's Front Office Los. Let's talk about Tom, the honest car guy. You've been hearing his ads. You've been wondering, what makes Tom so honest? Well, first off, Tom is trying to launch a business and get things going that'll help you. He's already helped hundreds of people. Looking to help thousands of people in saving money on their next auto purchase. Here's what Tom does. So Tom used to run dealerships for years. He's got every connection that you could possibly want within the industry. Now he's looking to use all those connections to help you out. So you do one of two things. You can go to honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com. Or give Tom a call. 1-844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1. Tom is going to ask you, what kind of make and model of vehicle are you interested in? And at that point, the search begins. Tom was going to look at everything, whether it's the auctions, whether it's additional dealerships. He's going to find that vehicle for you. Now, here's the cool part. You are not going to have to worry about all the additional fees that a traditional dealership are going to tack on. And he'll show you. It's very transparent. He'll be like, here's where they charge you this. Here's where this charge comes in. And he'll start showing you the numbers where you're going to figure out pretty quickly, Tom's saving me thousands of dollars in this transaction. Yes, that's his goal, is to save you in that transaction for that vehicle that you're now getting. Also, there's times when Tom will tell you, hey, I know you're thinking about this vehicle. The incentives are so good. Wait for 2 months. Buy this one new. Like he just this is what he does. This is how he ends up keeping business and keeping more repeat business coming his way. That's what it does. And then once you secure the vehicle, you pay him an honest fee. That's the process. That's how it goes. So get that process started. Go to honestcarguy.com. That's honestcarguy.com. Or give him a call. 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/faith. That's ethos.com/faith.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A homeless man from California who won the jackpot in more ways than one makes today's Dean's List. He's a familiar face at Sandy's Deli, and the store manager has known him for years. He had $1 someone had given him and decided to try his luck at a scratch-off ticket. Store manager Wilson Simon says the man came into the store, bought the ticket, and spent a moment trying to figure out if what he was seeing was real. At first, he thought he had won $100,000, but Wilson corrected him and said it was $1 million. Then he smiled and said, Well, I guess I'm not homeless anymore. Not having the transportation to head to another city to pick up his winnings, Wilson offered to drive him. The man who wishes to remain anonymous told Wilson he wants to buy a place of his own to live and then buy a car to get around. He says he's not going to waste 1 minute of the rest of his life without doing something to better himself and help others. Janice Dean, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. House Speaker Mike Johnson is publicly voicing his support for a ban on members trading individual stocks. Quote, I'm in favor of that because I don't think we should have any appearance of impropriety here, said House Speaker Mike Johnson. Johnson previously refrained from speaking out on the stock trading issue. It's drawn increasing public scorn since 2020. That's when a series of dubious trades made by members at the outset of the pandemic prompted a federal investigation. Despite repeated attempts from lawmakers in both chambers, legislation to address the perception that members are trading on inside information has repeatedly withered without sufficient support from leadership. Johnson's support is crucial for the cohort that wants to ban members from trading individual stocks. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has also expressed his support for a congressional stock trading ban. And so has President Trump. Quote, we've had a surge of momentum on this issue, said Democratic Rhode Island Representative Seth Magaziner. He introduced one proposal that would require members, their spouses, and dependents to put certain assets in blind trusts. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. Thousands of Georgians honored fallen servicemen and women on Memorial Day. Among those locally, a Cherokee County group known as the Shepherd's Men Group held a 12-mile march from Canton to Woodstock. The group carried 75-pound kegs of Clarity Lager, a beer brewed specifically by Reformation Brewing to raise money for the Share Military Initiative. And in Canton, the widow of a Marine organized the decoration of headstones and grave sites that have been neglected at the Georgia National Cemetery. Emily Farmer has been getting flower donations from local florists and Kroger for the past 2 years to honor fallen veterans. And the suspect in the shooting death of a Georgia Tech student has turned himself in to the police on Sunday. Police say it was a targeted incident. Today's weather, lots of rain moving through Georgia with potential for some heavy storms this afternoon and evening. We'll continue to see more rain tomorrow. Temperatures are in the mid-60s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Oh my, buckle up. You know what this music means? It has signified that Neil Bortz is on the air for how many years now, Neil? I mean, this is synonymous with the Neil Bortz brand.
First show was in 1969.
Goodness gracious! Was that the Ring radio show?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That was the one where the host killed himself, and I.
Right. Well,
I went over to the station and said, "I'll do that. I can do that." Yeah.
Never misses an opportunity to tell that fun
Hell
story.
No. It's a Rahm Emanuel. That's never let a good crisis go to waste.
That's right. You just show up and say, "Hey, I know you need a guy, and I'm ready."
What was I doing at the time to earn money? Gosh. I forgot. I think I was selling chemicals.
Oh, well, wow. Was that on the up and up?
Yeah, industrial chemicals.
Okay, yeah, because some people sell chemicals in downtown Atlanta all the time.
Well, I buy them.
Okay.
I mean, I really should be in jail.
Well, we've all done something to color outside the lines.
I'm glad you're not.
Well, you ever heard of microdosing?
Yes.
Yes, I have. As a matter of fact. Why do you bring that up?
No, I'm just wondering if you've ever heard of it.
No, we've got, Tug, not quite as much experience. I like to look into some of the information. Like, State of Texas has just decided they are moving forward with some of the microdosing options for even our veterans to help deal with some of the PTSD and other things they're doing. So at least there's some places that are looking at things in a progressive fashion.
Well, don't say progressive.
I know, but in the traditional term of it, not in political terms.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, well, like Ron White would say, it's not that you're microdosing, it's what you're microdosing.
Right. No, but I am open to listening to those things because
psilocybin is one of them that a lot of veterans are talking about.
Oh yeah, come on, that's weak.
Well, I'm not even 100% sure what that is. I just
apparently Neil just injects peyote into his veins.
He's going to see shamans in the mountains of North Georgia.
Yeah, psilocybin, by the way, is magic mushrooms.
Yes.
Okay. You knew that. You said I didn't even know what that means.
No, I didn't. I didn't know that. That was Lowe saying yes, he did. I didn't. Yeah. But I have done a bunch of podcasts for the Warrior Alliance where they talk about some of these things being approved through the VA and and at least being discussed to the VA for that same reason that Los was bringing up, the PTSD?
Well, you know what? I'm 80 years old.
So you're going to try it all?
Well, look, if somebody doesn't like what I'm doing, I'll just put my hands, okay, here. Put the cuffs on.
Take me away. If I must not experiment, sir, you must take me away.
I movie review. Oh,
here we go.
What are we taking in?
Well, I haven't been in a movie theater for 2.5, 3 years.
Okay.
I think ever since COVID, really. Went to see the Tom Cruise thing.
The Mission Impossible.
Yeah, final solution, whatever.
Is it the last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went and saw it in on an IMAX screen.
I don't believe it's the last one. There's no chance that that's the last one.
No, he
said he's going to film till he's 100. Did y'all hear him say that?
He's too ego-driven. Now, the movie had amazing special effects. It was produced by Tom Cruise, so of course it was all about Tom Cruise.
Well,
yeah, there is a brunette babe in there, Haley something.
Stand by.
Boy, hold me back. I don't know.
That's right.
Age is holding me back. Anyway, the movie should have been about 45 minutes shorter.
Okay.
Yeah, so anybody that wants to go see it, you have about a 1 hour span in the middle of the movie where you can go take a whiz. But it should have been shorter because the movie is so much about Tom Cruise doing his damn stunts.
Is this the one where he flies off the mountain in the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, because that one, apparently he did that like 14 times to get it right.
Well, I don't know. It shows, it looks like he's flying off a mountain, but I don't remember seeing the motorcycle. But he's crawling around on a bunch of wackos. You don't know what a wacko is?
No, I'm very curious. I'm sitting back waiting.
Well, it's spelled Waco. Okay. And it is an amazing bi-wing stunt plane.
So now it's starting to make sense. Neil being a pilot, speaking the lingo that we don't know.
I thought about buying one of those suckers, but the Queen had other ideas. But they must have spent 2.5 hours with him hanging on to those danged airplanes. And boy, does Tom Cruise like to run. So they had several scenes where he ran as fast as he could across a bridge in London and through caves. And oh, come on. But all in all, because of the special effects, and some of them were absolutely amazing, I found it enjoyable. The poor guy taking tickets when we went in there. Donna gets so mad at me when I do stuff like this. He was a young African American with braids hanging down over his face and all that kind of thing. How'd you see the ticket? I didn't have to see the ticket. I scanned it.
Oh yeah, because it's all electronic.
I said, okay, which theater is Judy and her donkey? And what? Judy and her donkey. That's what Donna said. Come on, let's go. Judy and her donkey. You've never seen that movie? So that poor guy's been traumatized. He's probably quit by now.
He's like 17 years old, more than likely.
Yeah.
He went home and he's like, has anyone heard of Judy and her donkey?
Seriously, this old dude came in.
Yeah. So, okay, now you ran this story a couple of times this morning, so you must find it very interesting. And that's the guy in California that won the $1 million lottery.
Yeah. The Fox has really been pushing that. With the Fox Daily Snapshot and the Dean's List.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that brings up a complaint. Georgia does this right, and I'm not one of these idiots. And believe me, they're out there who believes at the age of about 40 or 45 that I'm going to retire on lottery winnings. Do you know there's a significant number of Americans that have no plans for retirement because they're going to win the lottery? These people really believe that. But
I don't know why they're convinced of it. What has put them in that position where they feel like that this could be a thing?
They're just, that's how they're going to retire. They don't have to worry about saving. Okay. They don't have to worry about investing. They don't have to worry about all of that. They're going to win the lottery. But Georgia does this right. In Georgia, if you win the lottery, you can remain anonymous.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea, too.
It is. It saves lives. It saves lives. In Florida, you can remain anonymous for 6 months. And then your name, if you win a biggie, it gets just plastered all over the place. So I won't play the lottery in Florida. I mean, I like to buy the tickets because I think it's kind of fun. I don't have any expectation of winning, and a lot of the money goes to a good cause. So what the heck? But in Florida, they plaster your name all over the newspaper, so I won't buy tickets. But I'll be in Georgia. I'll be in Georgia at the end of the year. I'll be up in Ellijay. I'll be out at Stone Mountain. I'll buy lottery tickets.
Well, if anybody's taken out a mortgage recently, you will see how quickly that your information gets out there publicly, and you will get hammered with emails and mail,
junk mail,
trying to get you. Now, imagine you win the lottery.
Oh my Lord!
It's like 20 times whatever you got from home.
And then everybody that you went to elementary school with is knocking on the door. And every cousin you've ever had,
and every good-looking girl you've ever known ends up they had sex with you.
Well, I'll be like, can you prove it?
You're the father of their baby.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah. So I just wish Florida would get on the stick. I wonder where that phrase came from.
On the stick.
I think from pilots.
Seems.
Yeah, that sounds
obvious.
good.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
I mean, I stay awake during flights, Neil, and I would imagine you probably do too, just in case that pilot needs assistance.
Well, I have several hours in the 757 simulator.
See, there you go.
Yeah, so I could do it. I
have zero doubt. I've said now I don't know if I could land on any particular runway, but if you gave me like a river, not a problem.
A river.
Like in New York, I'd be fine.
Okay. I might put it on a taxiway, okay?
Okay.
Not that I've ever done that before. Okay, who the hell is Billie Eilish?
So she's a pop singer.
No, wait a minute. Is that a girl?
Yes.
Yes.
Billie.
Wait a minute. Billie Eilish is a girl?
Yes, Billie Eilish is a girl, and I will just tell you, she is very talented, her and her brother, and she's not like into being glamorous at all. Like that is not her thing.
I'm looking for images. Billie Eilish. That's a girl? Okay.
I don't have any problem with her music. I think she's a fun, cool girl. But she clearly has stepped into to something where Talkmaster's like foul. I'm calling foul on Billie Eilish.
What's gotten your attention about Billie Eilish?
Oh, she won every damned award at this.
That's right, at the American Music Awards last night.
American. And Taylor Swift didn't win any, but a pox on Taylor Swift. She endorsed Joe Biden because she thought that would be best for her career. She's a very talented songwriter and musician.
Yes, she is.
Not so much talented singer, but I mean, it's important to my career that, I've got to embrace transgenderism, and there's 1,400 genders, and, I got to, so I just have limited tolerance for that. I would like to know why the hell Johnny Mathis looks the way he does now.
Wait, and Johnny passed on.
When?
I thought he did. Did he not? Okay, I could be wrong about that. Okay.
Not unless he did that in the last couple of days.
Okay. Well, no, I don't think he has. I've just got my old singers mixed up. That's all.
Well, but you never want to get your fingers mixed up.
No, definitely not. Yeah. So he's 89.
He's still with us at 89. Okay. Oh, but he looks an 89. Yeah.
Buddy. He's had a good life, they say.
There's two people, Ron White. What the hell happened to Ron White and Johnny Mathis? Is there some rule that you get up into that age group and suddenly you got to look like somebody has pulled you from an old sleeping bag in the middle of a forest?
I don't know. Does Ron look rough? I hadn't seen him lately.
Well, he stopped the drinking and everything else.
Hey, well, he had to, didn't he?
He looks quite a bit different now these days.
Oh, yeah, he's got long gray hair.
Yeah. I did know the hair thing.
Yeah, long gray hair.
But he doesn't look bad I
think, you know what? Again, we're all used to seeing that stage Ron White.
Sure.
This is more of like the sober and I'm just kicking it Ron White.
Okay.
Yeah, but we used to think he was just funny as all hell.
And
now Donna and I are sold on a comedian named Nate Bargatze.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah,
doesn't
strong.
cuss. He's very clean with his comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that more mirrors my personality.
Yeah, no, I like that. I don't mind that at all. I like Nate Bargatze. I think he's funny.
I rewatched Joe Rogan burn the boats last night because I had like an hour to kill.
Yeah,
still hilarious,
dude. Here's
really,
another one.
I know he's got the world's greatest podcast with 4.5 trillion people listening to it and all that kind of stuff. But I can't tell you much about him. Was he a comic or is he a comic?
Yes. So they couldn't be two different things. I mean, he was a stand-up comedian that then ended up on news radio, the show on NBC, did Fear Factor on NBC, and then before anybody else was doing it, along with like Adam Carolla, like, all right, I'm going to do a podcast. And then it just turned into what it turned into. But his podcast and his comedy are completely different.
Well, you see, the honest, ugly truth about the Bortz guy here is that I have some biases that are very strong.
Okay.
Very strong.
Well, that's why I enjoy you.
Well, yeah, right. Nose rings, forget it.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nose jewelry. I mean,
out.
Yeah, but I am not a tattoo fan. I am just not.
It's not. They're not for me, but some bother me, some don't. That's how I put it.
I mean, what is the purpose in a sleeve tattoo?
I mean, decorative is what people would say. This,
decorative?
That people, it means something to them. I mean, I'm not doing it.
Well, get a decal.
Put it on your car.
And what kind of mental state does it take to say, you know what? I'm going to go get a spider web tattooed on my elbow.
Yeah,
that's going to be so cool. I mean, the girls will just rip their bras off as soon as they see it.
Here you go.
What sort of parasite crawls in through your nostrils to get you to put a spider web tattoo on your elbow?
See, I'm going with like the facial jewelry, like the nose, the eyebrow, the lip.
I'm
all
bored
that.
with tattoos, though. I'm bored with it. It just seems very cliche at this point.
Yeah, and girls, okay, you screwed up your sleeves with your sleeve tattoos. You have spikes in your ears. Can you leave your legs alone, for God's sakes?
Instead of the
I don't know.
thigh
Okay,
tattoos.
now that bothers me on both ends.
Yeah, the thigh tattoos.
Yeah, I saw a dude with some.
Weird.
I was like, man, it's
so weird.
Strange.
Oh, yeah.
Not for me.
I don't dig it at all. I don't dig it either. But, yeah. Hey, Neil, I wanted to recommend one comedian to you. If you're talking about Nate Bargatze and being clean and you like that. Have you heard Leanne Morgan?
Yes, I like her, too.
Gosh, she's so funny, dude. I love Leanne Morgan.
Yeah, she big gal, too, tall.
She is tall, yes. And her husband, runs like Clayton Mobile Homes or whatever. He's been a big executive there, and her son went to Barry College, so she went to University of Tennessee. But just the way she delivers things is so funny to me. I love her. I watch every special I can of her.
And Neil, if I can, speaking of comedy, have you seen any of? It's a real estate agent out of Tampa named Brianna. This woman
is so funny.
Shows homes.
Is she funny ha-ha or funny peculiar?
Funny ha-ha and a little bit funny peculiar, but what she does, she shows homes, and the entire time she's knocking like the entire market or what's wrong with trying to buy homes or tell this to your rich friends. It is by far.
Okay, what's her name?
It's I'll send you the link, but it's Brianna. Yeah, I'll text it on over to you. I'm telling you.
You know how many times you promised to send me a link?
I'm going to send you this link. I will send it to you in 5 minutes. You will start checking it out, and I'm telling you, you will be cracking up at all of her ads.
And how many times have you told? I'm going to give you the way to look at your email, Neil, so you can see what people say about you too.
I've sent you emails with the different stuff we've gotten into.
No, not.
He wants his extra email.
You tell me how to get my email.
Oh, I don't know how to do any of that stuff.
Well, we know who to go to, though. We can go to our engineer, Mike.
Listen, I plead I don't know what I'm doing, so they can't get a hold of me, Neil. That's my game. I mean, for the longest time, when everybody in radio had to have a BlackBerry, I had like the most beater phone, so I'd be like, man, I'm not getting any service. I don't know what. You called me? I don't know.
Sorry about that.
Well, you're going to send me a link to a video then.
Yes, I'm going to send you some stuff.
The video of the day is Macron's wife cold cocking him in the steps later.
Yeah. By the way, she's 72. He's, 45?
Yeah, he's young.
Something weird. Something weird about that.
And then she's punching him in the face.
Well, I mean, is he saying anything about that?
Not a lot. He said it was
they were being playful.
Yes.
I don't know.
Playful to me.
No, that didn't look playful to me.
Yeah,
No.
that looked like you just took a punch to the face, sir.
Yeah, she got him right in the snoot.
Yeah. He's 47, she's like 70.
This has been a meaningful episode, hasn't it?
Well, yes.
I think we figured out some things.
Yeah, he's 47, she's 72.
Okay, read the Jake Tapper, Alex Thompson book, Original Sin.
Yep.
I mean, they're both Democrats. They're both on the left. And they were part of the cover-up of Biden. Yeah, but they're reporting on it. Every other paragraph have to say, well, Trump lied too. But they're reporting on it quite well, I think.
Well, it's amazing what you can do when now you're getting a grip of money. Yeah. And there's no repercussions. There's nobody pushing back on you. They feel safe doing it. I wish they would have been a little more brave earlier.
Well, Jon Stewart said, now they're telling us news that they should have given us for free a long time ago.
Yeah, but he never, and to that, now he's all of a sudden brave. Where was he 3 years ago asking for the same stuff like we did? Anyway.
That's why I'm glad I didn't ever have to compete against you guys.
Well, we're just glad that you compete with us now.
Yeah.
Neil Bort's Talkmaster.
Yeah, you be good. Don't get any on you.
I'm do my best. Goodness gracious.
Sticky.
That's what I hear. A former FBI director labels half of America bigots. This is the Listless Left. Next on Extra.
Latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. The Atlanta Braves dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the San Diego Padres at Truist Park. They got a day off yesterday as the team opens up a 3-game series tonight in Philadelphia against the Phillies. It'll be Spencer Strider making his second start since coming off of the injured list. He'll be opposed by Ranger Suarez. First pitch is set for 6:45. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are now a win away from the NBA Finals after a 128-126 victory in Minnesota last night over the Timberwolves. Thunder now lead that series 3-1. And tonight, the Pacers look for their own 3-1 series lead as they host the New York Knicks. That game will tip off at 8 p.m. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Is there ever a bad time to make improvements to your home? I'm thinking the answer is no. There's never a bad time to boost your curb appeal, make your home's exterior look like it's best, the best that it can look. Make it look like the day that you bought it, the day you pulled up, and you're so proud of this new home. And look, you can be that way again. From roofing, siding, gutters, and windows, Southern Exteriors brings quality and precision to every job. And right now you can take 10% off any project or choose 12 months, 0% financing. They're not going to pressure you into anything. They're not doing any bait and switch, none of that stuff. I've worked with them, and I think you should too. They just provide dependable service from a team that's been trusted across the Southeast since 1999. Over 200,000 jobs under their belt. The best part of it is that they have a foreman on site, someone that's there to supervise. You know, a lot of times you hire somebody and there's just random people coming to your house, showing up. You don't know who they are. They don't know who you are. They just know that they've been tasked to do this, and there's nobody there for accountability, none of that. If you have questions about it, you haven't anybody to ask. That's not the way it works at Southern Exteriors. They do it right. They have a guy on site to make sure everything goes the way it's supposed to. So call them today. 877-9-SOUTHERN or go to southernexteriors.co. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
The Morning Xtra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3 FM.
Tug and Los until 10 on Xtra 106.3. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand. It's available for Apple and Android. Listen to the show at your leisure as it happens or when you're available to listen to it. If you miss Neil Bortz, it'll be there. You can listen to Neil and all the things he had to say about the new Mission Impossible movie. I gotta be honest, I was a little surprised that was part of his weekend.
Of his choice.
Yeah. I was a little, okay. Right.
I mean, there's been like 6 or 7 of them?
At least.
So you and I have seen Top Gun Maverick. I think you've seen it twice.
No, I've seen Maverick. I've seen it a dozen times already.
Okay, I've maybe seen it a dozen as well.
Freaking love that movie.
I do like the one time they decide we're going to work in Tom Cruise running.
Yeah,
it's when he's in the snow and they do the Y, they pull back, so you see him running across. It's just like this quick little moment where it's just like you get this little joke. It's like I told my my kids they were flipping through channels and they stopped on Captain America: Winter Soldier.
Okay.
And there's a scene where at the end it's Nick Fury, who's Samuel L. Jackson. He's dead, but he's not really dead. Basically, they faked his death so then he could operate with impunity, right? So he's got a gravesite. And on there it reads like Nicholas Fury has a date, and it just says in quotes, "The path of the righteous man, Ezekiel," and it's the joke from Pulp Fiction.
Oh, wow.
So that's for my wife and I. I paused it and I was like, hey,
you recognize this?
And she just starts laughing, and my kids are like, why is that so funny? It's beset on all sides by the wicked and the tyranny of evil. Yeah, so it was like every now and then you get those little Easter eggs in movies. I just adore that. I love it.
Just so good.
Little moments.
Something that came out and I was surprised. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised at all, but I was. Because Joe Biden, if you recall, he said, half the country are extremists when he did that speech from Philadelphia that had the red sheen and the Marines standing behind him as if they were going after that one half of the country that Joe Biden didn't seem to care much for. James Comey, he knows exactly what he's doing. He did the exact same thing. He called Republicans white supremacists on MSNBC. And I don't know why he decided to do it. I'll let you hear it, and then we can debate it afterwards. Because it doesn't work anymore. That's the thing you need to know.
Do you think there's one of the things that is happening now is that the Trump administration is, of course, testing the system in ways it hasn't been tested before. In the law enforcement sense, do you think there are laws that should be put in place that would help better manage this that aren't in place now? Are we equipped? Is the law enforcement system and the legal system equipped to deal with what we're seeing now?
Probably there could be changes at the margins, but in the main, we have the tools. There are cultural impediments to doing this work. Let's say you work in the FBI. You know that one of the two political parties is, let me put it nicely, white supremacist adjacent at a minimum.
What?
Hold on. I remember your party being KKK. Actually.
Yeah, like creating it. Being the reason
white
that it
supremacist
exists.
Adjacent, that from the party of the KKK. all right, here's the problem with James. Here's the problem with James Comey. It always comes back to the old playbook. He's damn near 70. So here's the playbook he has. Now, I pride myself on adaptation. I think that I operate a lot of gray areas where I'm willing to expand my thoughts based on new information and to assimilate and say, you know what, I kind of like that. I don't really like this, but let me have a little bit of experience or a little bit of background in it. He is from an era of, well, this is all I know how to do. When I get in trouble,
this is what I say.
White supremacists.
This is what I say.
What do you do? Well, let me blame Republicans, I guess. It's always the same playbook. There's nothing new here. That's why this act is so tired. That's why his own side, they would sooner toss him out as the baby with the bathwater, just going like, he doesn't do us any good anymore.
We have no use for him.
It's not like, what is she? She's bringing him on probably to do him a favor, okay? And then he shows up
and says that,
and it acts even more ridiculous.
But that's the thing. He's so blinded by his hatred of Donald Trump that he doesn't know how to adapt. That he doesn't see that nobody's listening to him, and he wonders why 80% of the country, because he's in the 20, 80% of the country looks at him and says, "This dude's got nothing to say."
That's got him even more upset. And let's face it. There are people that have fired you in the past. Maybe you've had a couple of them. Who knows? Like, I would still recall the one guy who said something, lied to my face, and before I knew it, I was like, that's the one guy that if he was on fire, I wouldn't even urinate on him. That's the way that he looks at it when it comes to the president. We all have, like, that person. I only have one, okay? I'm guessing Comey has a number, but Donald Trump is his number one.
No question. Biden staffers admit they did anti-democratic things in order to save democracy. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Right now, I'm reading the book Original Sin, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. It's a look at the cover-up of Biden's mental decline. They really do a good job of detailing just how bad Biden's mental decline was, but in the book, about every other paragraph, they insert the paragraph, but Trump was a liar. Trump was a liar. Never mentioned that Biden was a prolific liar. You want some examples? Well, I got them. Cheated about law school. Said he graduated near the top of the class. No, it was the bottom. Lied about his grades. Lied about scholarships. He lied about being a college professor. He wasn't. He lied about being at Ground Zero on 9/11. He wasn't. No, he didn't witness the collapse of the Pittsburgh Bridge. He was never, as he said, arrested in a civil rights protest. He never drove an 18-wheeler. His first wife was found at fault in an accident that killed her. No, Joe Biden said it was the other driver. He lied about having 3 degrees in undergraduate school. He didn't. And no, his ancestors never worked in a coal mine in northeast Pennsylvania. A big no, he did not reduce the federal deficit by $1 billion. He increased it by $3 trillion. And the Inflation Reduction Act? Don't get me started. So even when writing a book about Biden's mental decline and the cover-up and the original sin, his decision to run for re-election, the Biden Democrat media has to put a focus on Donald Trump's so-called lies. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
They got 3 more. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. And the escaped prisoners were captured far away from the New Orleans jail they and 7 others broke out of a week and a half ago. One was caught in Baton Rouge, Louisiana yesterday. The other 2 in Walker County, Texas.
A manhunt still underway for the final 2 remaining escapees. Derek Groves, convicted of multiple murders and was awaiting sentencing before the prison break. And Antoine Massey, charged with domestic abuse and car theft. Another alleged accomplice also arrested yesterday, accused of assisting Massey after the escape. That brings the total total number of alleged accomplices all the way up to 13.
Fox's Todd Pyro in Philadelphia. There's a search for multiple gunmen who shot into a crowd of people last night. 2 were killed, 9 others injured. In Fort Lauderdale, Florida, a boat blew up last night, injuring 11 people, including children.
U.S. Coast Guard officials say there were 13 people on board when the explosion happened, and surveillance video shows the incident, followed by multiple people being tossed into the water. Fort Lauderdale fire rescue officials say Good Samaritans rushed to help the injured, several of whom had significant burns. Investigators are looking into what caused the explosion.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Russia's taking control of 4 more border villages in Ukraine after a weekend bombardment that led President Trump to call Russia's leader crazy.
The Wall Street Journal reports President Trump is eyeing sanctions against Russia this week.
Fox's Madeline Rivera.
On Capitol Hill, pressure is growing for President Trump to take tougher action against Russia, especially after it launched its largest drone and missile attack against Ukraine over the weekend. Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley wrote on X, "I had enough of Putin killing innocent people. President Trump take action, at least sanctions."
Billie Eilish, the big winner at the American Music Awards, which are voted on by fans.
This means the world to me. I am just so lucky to get to do what I do and to do it with you. I love you all so much.
I was on CBS through Dick Clark Productions. Eilish won the award in all 7 categories she was nominated. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
Extra 1063 wants to know, is this what you voted for? Call 404-741-1230 and let us know on the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10. You're right. You can always call us up. 404-741-1230. Be involved in the show and the conversation that matters.
Especially if you're a Meemaw.
Yes. If Meemaws are always welcome. I mean, who doesn't love their Meemaw? Although I never called my grandmother Meemaw. It was always Grandma, or my mama's mama said, I'm not old enough to be a grandma. Call me Mama Brown. And that's what we did.
Or do you consider yourself to be a especially fun and attractive mother? That's cool too.
Right. Always welcome.
Jure will be very happy to take your call.
404-741.
Thank you.
1230, the only single man on the show.
I didn't have a Meemaw, but I did have a Mawmaw. So close.
Okay.
Mamaw was another big one.
Yeah.
Growing up in Northwest Georgia, a bunch of people have Mamaw. And there's a country song that came out in the last probably year. It was called Mamaw's House. It was about going to your grandmother's house and all the wonderful things that would happen there. The food tastes better. And she probably smoked and maybe even cussed a little bit when she got upset.
That was my dad's side. My mom's side, very clean living lady.
See, that's funny because mine's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
My daddy's mama was near perfect every day. She looked like she was going to church every day, like full dress up. I mean, always. And then my mama's mama, there just ain't no telling. It was just always off the rails on the crazy train.
They were looking to have a lot of fun.
Always. She was just awesome.
But then my grandmother, she loves to gamble. Like once a month, they got to take her somewhere so she can gamble.
I love that.
They got to get on them slots.
That's what she's turned into. It's hilarious.
Slots. Yes, sir.
It's like now, and I guess here's where and your parents, your family, they always know. My grandmother's been making it more of a point over Christmas for tax purposes to give more and more money to people.
Okay.
She's like, I'm giving you this gift. Make sure with your taxes. She's like dispersing money, and just that's all she's doing is dispersing money and gambling.
Is it large amounts of money?
It's not crazy money.
But enough to need to write it off.
Yeah,
Or
like
to-
she has to
like
make sure that you're not paying taxes on, and she's dispersing it to like the grandchildren.
Yeah.
You know, she's making sure that, hey, everybody, this is what we're doing.
We're going to feed it. Yeah, there you go. All right.
And
I love
gambling.
that.
So
And-
it's either going to some casino or to the grandchildren,
My
or great
mama.
grandchildren.
My mama yesterday was at the house with my mother-in-law. We had both
apple pie.
Yes.
Coleslaw.
Yes. What are you talking about?
No, you said we had, and I just started guessing.
I was just saying we had both
squirrel
grandmothers.
Oh,
and my father's passed on, but my father-in-law is fantastic.
My guessing's bad today.
Well, that's all right. It was coming off a long weekend, and you had those fireball shots yesterday, so it's
It was just one, and it was, as my wife said it, she had just a little bit.
Just a
she's like, oh, like, it's not like when it comes to this show, like there's somebody in our office who has a flask, but it's not you and I.
No, definitely not.
But if you started saying that's kind of funny after the show, I'd be like, hey, you want a little after show hoot?
Although,
little nip, something warm you up.
Just something warm you up a little bit. It's cold today.
If you recall, when Joe Virgin River left the show, he brought gifts. I still have a whole bottle of Maker's Mark in the bottom drawer of that. So, I mean, if we needed to get after it.
Don't tell that. Don't say that too loud.
I know, around here. Absolutely.
Ray's Radio Network.
Start disappearing.
Once we lost former Georgia quarterback Hudson Mason.
Yeah.
Hudson's still around. Oh, by the way, did you hear that there was a Hudson Mason sighting?
I did.
About 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
So
I was so disappointed I didn't see him.
So Hudson, he's coming in for the Braves Day game. And in typical awesome Hudson Mason fashion, he's got like a cooler, and he's been tailgating. And he's like, I can't take this into the game, so I brought it up to the office to put it up here. And we're like, that's awesome. Hey, Hut. We go, how are you planning on getting it back out? And he's like, oh. He hadn't thought about that.
That's right. Yeah. How am I going to get back in this building?
How am I going to get back in this building and get
I'll
back
come
in
get
this?
it later, I
yeah.
guess.
So a little stuff like that. But, that's
prime Hudson right there.
Prime Hudson Mason.
Absolutely right, dude. A guy that when he was at Georgia, think about this backfield. 2014, had national championship aspirations for sure. Because listen to the backfield. It's Hudson Mason, number 14, handing it off to Todd Gurley, to Nick Chubb, and to Sony Michel. That's his backfield at Georgia.
He still, when you bring it up, because the loss at South Carolina, he just goes, and he brings it up and will point out, yeah, it'd be interesting if, I don't know, the offensive coordinator had me turn it around and hand it off to 1 yard to a guy who ends up being drafted top 10 in the NFL.
Just saying. And he was like, no, they want to throw it. Hey, and look, at the time it was Mike Bobo, who's back, and Hudson said, everybody on the team was like, what are we doing? What?
Yeah, what are we doing?
What are we doing? It doesn't take a football expert. And I'm not, by any means. I love football. Los understands football deeper than I do. I'm more of a fan, and I watch it like a fan, and I get emotional like fans. But even I remember sitting in front of the TV thinking, we're going to be fine. We're on the 1 yard line. It's first and goal. And we got Nick Chubb, Sony Michel, and Todd Gurley. We're going to ram it down their throat. We're going to put it in the end zone. We're going home back to Athens victorious. And it didn't happen.
I would just like to point out that at the time, Georgia had 2 first-round picks in a league that doesn't take a lot of first-round running backs. They had 2 first-round picks at running back, and then Nick Chubb, who has been one of the league's leading rushers when he's healthy as a early second-round pick.
Yeah.
And you decided to not run the football.
Still to this day confused by it.
I'll still talk about that 2017 and now 2018 Rose Bowl. That game was wild. Georgia never stopped running.
That's right.
Like, you go back and watch that, they basically said, I got Sony Michel, I got Nick Chubb. We're not going to stop running, ever. Like, DeAndre Swift, we're not going to stop running. We're going to run no matter what.
Aside from the national championships, you have to those aside, that is the greatest Georgia football game I've ever seen.
It was pretty intense.
And the fact that you were there is,
it was wild.
Incredibly envious. Just because the Rose Bowl is spectacular. It's beautiful. The mountains in the background. It's just stunning. And Pasadena's stunning.
Ever tell you the story about how I came into tickets?
No.
So my wife and I, we decided we were going to go. And interestingly enough, the Rose Bowl was cheaper than any other games. It's cheaper than going to Notre Dame. It was cheaper than
Why do you suppose that is?
In part, the tickets aren't crazy. Remember, this is not a matchup of a Pac-12 and a Big Ten team. which is the traditional
Yeah, the
matchup.
Rose
That's how
Bowl.
it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
So that automatically loses some of its luster.
Which is crazy. It seems like the exact opposite would be the case because it's so abnormal.
Imagine if we had a national championship game here in Atlanta and it was Washington versus, Arizona State.
Wait, I think that happened, didn't it?
Well, not for a national championship.
Well, yeah, but it was. Oh, yeah.
But
you're right.
you know, it just
Yeah.
doesn't have the same.
Yeah, it's
fervor.
not- yeah, it's not
it
gonna-
doesn't gas up
Yeah,
everybody.
that's
So
right.
you had that scenario. You coupled that with, as long as you flew into Las Vegas, it really wasn't bad. You could just.
What's the drive from there? Couple hours?
About 3 hours, I think, by bus. We took a party bus, and so we 3 hours in, 3 hours back. We had a great time. But the way I came into tickets, of all things, I kept monitoring all the ticket sites. I was looking around for what I could get, and I had found out that the Rose Bowl, if you ever go, and it's definitely worth doing, the first like 26 rows are lettered, and then they start the number system.
Okay.
So if you get a numbered ticket, you know I'm already into the back of the bowl.
Okay.
So if it goes way up, you're like, wait, I'm way up here. If you get a letter, you know I'm in the lower portion of the bowl.
Okay.
So I see this 2 tickets out of Las Vegas. And I was like, oh, somebody's trying to unload their tickets. This is like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning on like a Friday or Saturday night. And I jump on it. Like I buy them. And I tell my wife, I'm like, I got 2 tickets. I think I paid like $100, $110 a piece. You know, nothing crazy in comparison. Like some of these like $600,
Yeah,
$700. So I got 2. And I'm like, we're in row M. It's like probably halfway up. No. As it turns out, when you go to the Rose Bowl, it starts, the first one is N.
Well, that's odd.
So M is
Yeah.
row 2.
Yeah.
We're on row 2 in the end zone where everything occurred. So like all the overtime plays
Came
all
right
the
at you.
Came right at us.
Oh, wow.
The blocked, the block in order to end the game.
Yeah.
The way that Sony Michel scored in that back of the end zone, that was over to our right side. Everything came right through there. It
That's
was incredible. And all because I was up at 2 or 3 in the morning, maybe a little drunk, trying to buy tickets to the Rose Bowl. It's like a Friday night, Saturday night, and I was like, I got him. I told my wife, I got him.
Let's go. It's great. Dude, that's awesome. I am so envious. Like I said, that if I could choose one game to go to, it certainly number one would be that first national championship. No doubt. And you were there for that one too, weren't you?
Yeah, for the Indianapolis
Lucky
game.
duck. Goodness gracious.
I'm telling you, that credit
got
card felt it.
Well, right. But you got 2 of the greatest Georgia games ever under your belt.
So here's the fun part. So this is when I'm into the stadium, and for the audience, like you'll see, I'm like at least like 70 rows back at this point.
Oh my gosh!
And then I got closer, and now I'm on the second row.
Oh my Lord!
And that's where it was, where there was just one row. We could see the people that were covering the game for ESPN were like 5 feet from us because they would go take the shots down there. And so you're like, oh look, there's Todd McShay.
Yeah, right.
He's covering the game here.
Oh my gosh, dude. The greatest. And it was nuts because apparently Matt Edgar, who is a producer over at The Fan, he kind of leads the charge over there, knows everybody. His Rolodex is impressive.
Oh, yeah, you need somebody. He can make a couple phone calls and get you connected.
He can usually figure it out. Apparently is best buds with Nick Chubb's agent. And Nick, by that, I guess. So my wife and I go to the game, and my son goes with us. As I told you, he went Friday night, and we went Saturday. And in comes walking Nick Chubb to the 680 The Fan Suite.
He's been in there a few times, from what I understand.
I was like, whoa.
Which is really cool. You're like, that's Nick Chubb.
That's right there.
Yeah, right there is Nick Chubb.
That's the one. I'd know him anywhere. And he is such a polite, mild-mannered, easygoing guy. His friend Dante was with him. Super cool kid from Cartersville, who is best buds with Nick, and also Jahmyr Gibbs, and we connected there because Jahmyr's from Dalton. It was just a really cool conversation. I mean, nobody hounded him for pictures and autographs or any of that stuff. Everybody was just like, "Oh man, that's cool, man. Nick Chubb's here."
Tell you.
And I think that's why they're comfortable coming into the Dickey Broadcasting Suite.
I think because they know they're going to be.
Yeah, it's just like you're going to be able to watch the game. Nobody's going to be hounding you.
You will hear this term and this phrase, which is, you don't want to meet your heroes. Now, what happens when you actually just get a chance to sit down and chat with somebody? And it's not about an autograph, and it's not about, hey, do you remember when you did this? Or it's like,
exactly. Yes, I remember.
You'll find most of the guys, I would say 90% of the guys that I've met are pretty freaking cool.
Yeah,
they're
laid
just
back.
chill and laid back and cool, and you know what they're more interested in doing? Talk to them about their kid, talk to them about their family, talk to them about the trip, talk about how y'all both been to Disney, stuff like that.
So we had, trying to remember, it was one of our sales guys, John Hodges, because they were trying to figure out how to get Nick the tickets, because it was kind of a last minute request, and they're like, hey, we came up with it, and he just said, I can leave them in my mailbox. And so literally Nick Chubb goes by his house, gets the tickets out of the mailbox with his buds, and they come to the ball game.
Yeah.
And this dude's, what's that guy made over? Do you know?
I'm guessing
millions.
he's probably $30 million at this point.
That's a pretty good number.
Yeah, I'll take a look, but it's probably in that area.
All Nick Chubb talked about was how nice John's house was. He was like, man, your house is great, such a beautiful home. It was just. It was like something that you or I would say, if you went by somebody's house. It just goes back to the point of how just normal and down to earth and a regular guy he is.
I am so good at this. Career earnings, $36 million.
Nailed it. Like you've been doing it a while.
What's up?
It's like
he's probably got half of it or something. I mean, I bet you he's got a good $15-20 million in the bank.
Easy.
And a chill dude.
And I bet, and there's no way for me to know. I'll never know. I bet his house is probably, I bet it's beautiful.
Pristine, amazing, yeah.
But I bet it's not like some McMansion or anything. I bet it's relatively, within the realm of possibility
small-town
for
guy.
people. Yeah, but exactly.
It's just what he is. That's part of the allure of Nick Chubb is that no matter how he's been hurt or anything else, it's that the dude's just going to keep working.
It's funny. My son says to him, as we're all kind of getting wrapped up, he was like, hey, dude, you should really go back to the NFC East, man. You run all over those fools. Nick's like, that's a good idea. Maybe I will. It's just one of those funny little offhanded comments. And Nick had a big smile on his face as everybody kind of piling out as the Braves win. It was just really cool, man, for him to be that way.
I was going to look up what car does Nick Chubb drive, just because that's another thing that you can see. I wouldn't. Probably not some crazy vehicle. And that's not publicly known, but it does say here that Nick Chubb mentioned he can squat a Volkswagen. And I believe it.
Dude, what was it, like 600 pounds or something crazy? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
There was that video that was viral of him just, and the bar
is bending.
Bowing,
Yeah.
Because he can squat so much. It wouldn't surprise me if it is a Volkswagen.
I had a friend of mine who played in the NFL for years, and one of the funny things he would talk about is that there's like a pressure in the parking lot that what is this guy driving and what are you driving? And how this guy's been playing the league like 7 years. It's like, but yet you feel as like a second-year, first-year guy, like, well, I got to get a car like that. He's like, that's one of the dumbest things you can do.
Worst investment.
You know who is one of the smartest guys? Do you remember Patrick Kearney?
Yes.
Virginia, first-round pick. It's obviously done some TV work.
Yeah.
Patrick Kearney drove his beater truck all through his time at UVA, and I'm willing to bet like his first 8 years in the league.
Yeah. Another
he just
guy
was not caught up in that.
Another guy, and I know his name is not everybody's favorite right now, but back to where we started with Hudson Mason, he roomed with
Kirk Cousins. Yeah.
And he had an old beat-up pickup truck.
He
same
lives
way.
the beater lifestyle when he was there. Yeah.
And minivan, too.
Right.
Family man.
Yeah.
You'd get flamed for driving that minivan in.
And it was funny because his wife is from Alpharetta, and I guess when they were in that first contract, so they didn't have to buy a house because he was going to be gone so much, she just lived in the basement of her parents' house in Alpharetta.
He's playing quarterback in the NFL. She's living at home.
What's he making in that first?
At that point, with what the league rules were, $750, $700.
Okay. It's okay, not as much as I would have thought then.
Yeah.
But did he get like some kind of draft bonus though? Or
it's not much as a fourth rounder.
Okay.
I mean, again, relatively speaking.
Okay.
But
so that actually puts it in a little better perspective for me because I was thinking, millions and millions.
That wasn't until he'd been through his first 4 or 5 years.
Got it.
And now he started seeing basically $20-30 million a year, $40 million a year when he was here.
His wife living in the basement.
Still here.
He's an NFL quarterback. His wife living in the basement of his parents' house.
It's fine. Everybody lives living in the basement.
Totally fine. And made a whole lot of sense. It actually made sense what he was doing. Now it even makes more sense.
I like living in the basement.
Heck
yeah, it's Wayne's World right now.
That's right.
Just haven't got my basement finished. Got to reach out to some
soon.
people. Working on it.
That's exactly right. All right, we'll talk about things that matter, really, after we get off on a tangent about things that we love and we hope you love too. 404-741-1230 is the number. When we come back, most got the memo about George Floyd, but not all. Looking at you, double hand waiver guy. Next on Extra 106.3.
Neil Boortz is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, it's Los. Let's talk about Traeger grills and where should you pick up a Traeger? Well, at the same place where I've bought my 3 Traegers, over at Howard Brothers. Now, I don't have 3 on me right now. I had the first one, ran that thing for about a decade. Now I've got my newer one, and you know what? I got an expansive level of grill estate. It's almost like real estate, but it's more. So here's the cool part when it comes to that Traeger grill. Let's see. It was ribs last weekend. Went ahead and took care of that. Burgers just a couple of days ago. Then followed that up with some pork chops. And then over the weekend, a smoked crab. Okay? Like, you can do anything and everything on that Traeger grill. When you want to get your Traeger grill, go to Howard Brothers over at Duluth, Lula, or Oakwood. And then you can start with the ribs. You can start with the pulled pork. Burgers, that's nothing. You can start really getting creative. Again, I smoked crab on that thing. 25 minutes, right about $2.50. My family was like, mwah, it was perfect. And by the way, that Traeger app, you just go ahead and type in whatever you want, and it'll tell you exactly how to make it. Make it to perfection every single time. It's time for you to get that Traeger wood pellet grill. Don't go to the big box store. Go on over to the grill experts at Howard Brothers.
The warm air, the beautiful weather, and the sounds of baseball. It's got you thinking about hitting the road. And no matter where your adventures take you, Subaru of Gwinnett has a vehicle to get you there safely and in style. Like the 2025 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. More than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4 or the 2025 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right-sized SUV for all the adventures ahead with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. Nearly 50 years after 2 teenage girls were murdered in Broward County, Florida, detectives think they've cracked the case with the help of DNA technology. It was a June day in 1975. 14-year-olds Barbara Schreiber and Darlene Zetterower were sitting on a bench in Hollywood when a white van with 2 men inside pulled up. Police say the girls were apparently frequent hitchhikers and got into the van. They were never seen alive again. The next morning, their bodies were found by a family fishing in the Everglades. They had been sexually assaulted and shot to death. The double murder case went cold until 2023 when new DNA testing flagged a suspect named Robert Clark Keebler, who died in 2019. Last week, the Broward County Sheriff said a man named Lawrence Stein was also involved. He died in 2005. Both suspects had long criminal histories, and the pair were suspected or charged in other sexual assaults from Florida to California dating back to 1972. There's more on the story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Securing America. President Trump delivered the commencement address at West Point Saturday, telling the 1,000 graduates about to become U.S. Army second lieutenants.
Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation.
Adding they are now officially the future of the Army.
And now that 250-year legacy of glory and triumph belongs to you.
The president also telling the cadets that their career choice is unlike any other.
The military's job is to dominate any foe and annihilate any threat to America anywhere, anytime, and any place.
And there is a tradition to uphold.
Time and time again, the American soldier has charged into the fires of hell and sent the devil racing in full retreat.
President Trump saying the graduates will be successful because they're not just smart.
You also have the bravest hearts and the noblest souls. You're amazing people.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. Thousands of Georgians honored fallen servicemen and women on Memorial Day. Among those locally, a Cherokee County group known as the Shepherd's Men Group held a 12-mile march from Canton to Woodstock. The group carried 75-pound kegs of Clarity Lager, a beer brewed specifically by Reformation Brewing to raise money for the Share Military Initiative. And in Canton, the widow of a Marine organized the decoration of headstones and grave sites that have been neglected at the Georgia National Cemetery. Emily Farmer has been getting flower donations from local florists and Kroger for the past 2 years to honor fallen veterans. And the suspect in the shooting death of a Georgia Tech student has turned himself in to the police on Sunday. Police say it was a targeted incident. Today's weather, lots of rain moving through Georgia with potential for some heavy storms this afternoon and evening. We'll continue to see more rain tomorrow. Temperatures are in the mid-60s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Well, I think most people got the message about George Floyd, but there's still...
What message is this?
That he was not murdered by Derek Chauvin. And Derek
hold
Chauvin
on.
Is a political prisoner.
What is Aunt Peg saying about this?
Interesting you bring that up. I'm actually glad that you said that, because she started out by telling me how much she loves, I saw her this weekend, how much she loves the WNBA. This woman knows nothing about sports.
Big Caitlin Clark fan?
Okay.
Angel Reese then.
Loves her. So glad that she has been traded or on a one-year deal with Atlanta. I didn't even know that. Aunt Peg, who knows nothing about sports, couldn't care less about sports, tells me how big of a WNBA fan she is. I was like, good heavens. In my head, I'm like, you got your talking points from some liberal outlet that's telling you need to watch the WNBA.
It was very strange when I saw the last year of Colin Kaepernick in the NFL. Now, I just want to preface this. In 2012, I thought he was the most dynamic player in the NFL. He took his team to the Super Bowl. They got beat by Baltimore, but his playoff run was incredible.
Yeah, I remember.
So then to see what he de-evolved into and then eventually just turned into a guy that he was basically done in the league really early, like very early, to the point where the 49ers were like, listen, mentally he ain't here anymore.
Yeah.
It's like he ain't about this anymore.
Yeah.
Like he's gone full activist. That they offered him a one-year deal, and then they were like, listen, this one-year deal will keep you with the team, and it just never came together. But yet, he then turned into God's gift to quarterbacking on the left and the guy who was ostracized from the league. And why doesn't Colin Kaepernick get a chance? Because Colin Kaepernick quit the league on his own mentally.
And most people only have, 3 years? Isn't that like the average in the NFL?
The average is basically at 3 years.
Yeah.
That you have, everyone gets a 4-year deal when you sign. Everybody. First-round picks have a 5th-year option, but what happens, the league is designed to, they draft you, they let you play your first 4 years, then they go get a cheaper option. You have to be pretty good after 4 years to get the next contract to then, every goal, every young man's goal who enters the league is second contract.
Yeah, that's
the goal.
Because that's where the money rolls. Right. So, knowing nothing about sports, Aunt Peg tells me how entertaining she's really enjoyed watching the WNBA, and I was like, "Are you serious right now?" I even asked, I was like, "Are you being serious? Are you joking?"
Ashton Kutcher, are you around here? Like, am I being punked?
Yeah, that's right.
Where are you, Ashton?
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was like, "I'm really entertained," and I was like, "That's the worst basketball that even exists." You can watch some of the highlights or lowlights on the on the social media channels, and it's just awful.
Listen, I like women's tennis. I love women's volleyball. Mm-hmm. I love women's swimming. I love women's track and field. Because all of them look like a professional version of what it's supposed to look like. But you understand it's not going to be as fast, it's not going to be as powerful as men, and that's fine. WNBA doesn't look anything like men's basketball.
Can I give you another example? Women's college softball.
Yes.
Incredible game.
Great games.
It's not baseball. It's not meant to be baseball.
It's meant to be a different sport. Yes. It's meant to be a different game.
And it's so awesome to watch. WNBA, not as much. But the WNBA, still.
And by the way, I still don't think men should compete in your league.
No.
And I think you get what you're going to get. Right. I'm just saying that when it comes to female sports, that's one of them that doesn't translate for me.
No, it doesn't. But the WNBA had to, on the 5th anniversary of the death of George Floyd, did a moment of silence in the arena. And you wonder why nobody's watching the WNBA. Even if it was good, that would run half the audience off. If there was an audience, which there's not.
So let's just take this down a notch. Let's say that Tug from Dalton is a drug dealer. He's a serial abuser of women.
Mm-hmm.
And he's hopped up one day, and he has an episode, and the police get him out of the car because he's on fire. Oh, I've got to get my shirt off. I'm hot. I can't breathe. All that sort of stuff. Oh, I'm on fire. And while in custody, he dies. And what happens is they have a coroner report, and they go, well, listen, there's no sign of asphyxiation. There's no damage to his neck. The dude had an episode because he was on a bunch of stuff, and this what happened. He freaked out and it killed him. That's not unusual. Drug addicts are found on a regular basis where they're just lifeless body, especially in these times of fentanyl. You just find them, and you're like, that person died of fentanyl. That's what happened to George Floyd.
And yet, the WNBA...
We got to honor the drug dealer who died of a drug overdose on the streets of Minnesota. It just so happened he got caught on film.
And then, that wasn't enough. Again, most of us got the memo. Most people realize the governor of Minnesota, the most important legacy we must carry on. That was in his... That's what he posted on the 25th. He posted the most important legacy we must carry on. That was part of his, 2 or 3 paragraphs about George Floyd. I couldn't believe what I was reading.
And you wonder why they are consistently talking to a tiny minority of the country.
That's not even a 20% issue.
One of the things, and I saw this was posted by Clay Travis, and it's definitely worth talking about. It showed the progression of how much further this country has turned red since 2015. That it is decidedly more red. Like we talked about Miami-Dade County in the past. Mm-hmm. Miami-Dade County used to be the place that Democrats knew if we want to win Florida, we got to win big there. We've got to build up our numbers so that by the time that it gets to the Florida Panhandle, we end up carrying the state. Miami-Dade County went red during the last election. It has continued to move that way. You have a number of different places across Virginia where you go, how is that going more red? That's like a college town. That's what's happening. And the Democrats think it's a messaging issue. It's not.
It's not. It's what you believe.
It's what you believe that sucks.
That's right. And you can change the language all you want.
It's still, you're talking about things that people don't care about or think are ridiculous.
That's exactly right.
You're actually honoring a man that gave you validation to burn your city down. Just think about that. Like, that's your celebration? Oh, well, George Floyd, we got to honor this day from 5 years ago. What? Because it gave leftist communist nuttos in 2020 a reason to burn your city down? I was there. Like, I was there the next year. I was like, this place sucks. And even the people that were locals were like, it used to be really cool and pretty around here.
5 years ago, his death marked a turning point in our nation and sparked, interesting word, a global movement. Minnesotans raised their voices calling for justice and real, meaningful change to prevent the murder from like this from happening ever again. Sparked. Interesting choice of words for the double hand waiver. Tim Walz. I really thought that this would be the, you know what, we've lost everybody. Maybe let's just dial it back. Even if we bring it back out in a few years, let's dial it back. No, they didn't.
Tim Walz.
They didn't. He couldn't help himself.
The man who used the National Guard to tell people during COVID to get back inside. And we're threatening them with paintball guns. Get back in your home. It's like, hold on a second. I thought this was America.
Mm-hmm.
Not in Tim Walz's version.
No, definitely.
And so, yes. Now, the one meme that I did enjoy, and let's face it, it's callous, but it's enjoyable. Because, I mean, he was a drug addict. He died, did George Floyd, with, I believe it was 3 times the legal limit of fentanyl.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's not even legal limit. Like 3 milligrams will kill you, and he had 12. He had like 4 times what was in his system when he started to have his freak out session. He started to have his full-on paranoia. And for anyone who's ever, let's just say you've had a little bit too much, you smoked, like let's say marijuana, and you had kind of an incident where you got a little bit paranoid. Okay, now imagine that, but it's fentanyl, and it's going to kill you.
Yeah.
And that's what he had going on. The toxicology reports, the initial coroner's examination, all of this stuff. And you can read it all about in Liz Collins' book, They're Lying. Okay, read it like in 2021. She was like the first one to be like, hey, they're lying to you about all this stuff. When I read it, that was one of the things that you had the FBI that rolled in to Minneapolis within hours of this stuff happening because they had to craft a narrative.
And did.
And that's what they did.
And now there's a man sitting in prison who shouldn't be.
And so if there's one thing to celebrate outside of the fact that, George Floyd has been 5 years sober, we should also point out that Derek Chauvin, at some point, somebody needs to look into this and be like, yeah, send you home, dude.
Be at the end of the Trump administration when he's headed out the door.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, but that's when my guess is that it'll happen.
Yeah, he's still going to have to spend 3 years in.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, we're talking about 6-7 years in prison where you were a political prisoner of the United States of America.
All because of people like Tim Walz.
And because of that case, remember, I thought we were going to get third-degree murder, third-degree manslaughter charges because that means that this occurred, but you didn't have intent. That you didn't get up that day planning it.
Which, who believes that? Who could possibly believe that?
And Keith Ellison, the district attorney in the area, the attorney general, made it a point. We're going to try and throw the book at this guy because had he gotten that, he might have been in for 18 months, 3 years. Mm-hmm. They were like, we got to throw the book at this guy. So they charged him with second degrees in this with the intention of trying to make a loose connection that he knew who George Floyd was.
So absurd.
That he got up that day. And again, I'm not telling you Derek Chauvin some hero. What I'm telling you is that Derek Chauvin was railroaded by his local government, who then, when it came to the police tactic of what he was doing to restrain George Floyd, they took it out of their manual so that they said, well, he was doing an illegal tactic. Yeah. It's like, it's in your police manual. In fact, Derek Chauvin was teaching how to do this at the academy. He knew the book inside and out on what was a legal restraining tactic and what was not. And what he was doing was perfectly legal according to their own tactics that you could find in their manual that they removed.
And yet, the man still sits in jail.
I'm telling you, if you ever read through that Liz Collin book, that's eye-opening. And you only have to, and this is the weird part, you have to take it and chalk it up to 2020, people went nuts. They were stuck in their homes. They were told what, and they went nuts. And you think about the anxiety and paranoia of this country, and it all spilled out. And I'm looking around at people going, what is wrong with all of you?
Why are we celebrating this? And the only, I remember when it started happening here in Atlanta, and I'll give Keisha Lance Bottoms a little bit of credit when she was brave enough to say, y'all go home, don't tear up your city. I would give her credit for saying that.
Well, and because she knew, too, it wasn't locals.
That's right. Yeah, well, there
were people that were bussed in that were asking for directions who were looking to tear stuff up.
That's right. And we saw that happen across
And by the
country.
way, and this was the other low-down moment of all this stuff. And I keep receipts. You know this.
Yeah.
I bring up stuff from years ago, and you're like, oh, I hadn't thought about that one. I'm like, yeah. They actually bust in agitators to attack black businesses to make it look like the black neighborhoods were attacking their own.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you had the Waffle House going, hey, stop throwing rocks at our windows. And it's these kids that have been brought in from around the country. These Antifa agitators. And
same ones that showed up at the police training center.
Yes, they were the ones meant to cause agitation within the black community so they could make it look like, oh, look, black Atlanta's turning on themselves. Look what they're doing to the country. It wasn't. That's why you had guys like Killer Mike at the podium with Keisha Lance Bottoms saying, stop trying to mess with our communities.
Go.
Well,
go home.
We had that caller last week who pointed out the doctor who was putting I bought this Tesla before I thought Elon was crazy. Black business owners were putting signs up in their windows saying black-owned business.
Yeah, leave us alone.
Do not, or we support you. But it didn't help.
No.
Still tore it up. And there was interesting.
That was their job.
The money that
paid to do
was doled out. I saw an interview, and it was a kind of a combination between BLM, the money that they had taken in, they were going to give it to businesses in downtown Minnesota, and one of the aunts of George Floyd had a fund or was part of a fund, and the business owner said, you realize we didn't get any of that.
Yeah.
It was the agitators that came in that were standing up there saying, yep, we need this money, and took it from the businesses in downtown.
It was $50,000, and he said 72 people. I mean, this guy knew exactly who it was.
Numbers, yes.
He knew who was from the neighborhood and who wasn't. 72 people were ahead of the actual business owners.
And that was in downtown Minneapolis. And he told George Floyd's aunt this, and her face lost all expression because she had no idea.
Yeah, none.
No idea what had happened and what was going on.
It was one giant psych op. And remember, we talked about USAID, and I know I referenced back to a lot of this sort of stuff, and I just asked for the audience to understand when nationalism started to take hold in the United States, and they looked at it as Donald Trump just won. He's the biggest nationalist that's currently out there in the world, talking about it's our country, it's MAGA, it's America first agenda. That movement from USAID that was trying to push global communism turned all of its psyops from around the world onto our own country. And you got a really good snootful in 2020 how effective that can be into 2021 and 2022. It wasn't really until, in my opinion, you started to get obviously Elon Musk buying X, buying Twitter, and then having the Twitter files and everything, where you started to go, wow, look how dirty your government is and was and what they were doing.
Filthy.
To try and influence Americans' thoughts into this stuff.
They were arresting people at church at the same time as saying, get out in the streets.
And protest. And burn buildings down. Yeah, you can't go to church. You can't go to a park. You can't skateboard. You can't run on the beach.
Well, make sure you put in your Facebook profile, just make sure you put a black post in there. Just make sure it's all blacked out. Okay.
Yeah. And then,
sorry, I didn't buy your Ukraine flag either.
Yeah, or your I got vaccinated. One of those little.
We can do it, everybody. We're all in this together.
That's right.
Hell with that. You're 300 pounds.
Well, we did end racism after everything's all said and done.
I know.
They've taken it off the field. It's gone.
Yeah.
So we ain't got to talk about it
been taken care of. It's not even a big deal. Chalk it up.
Mission accomplished.
Way to go, America.
Hashtag America.
Listen, let me be in charge. All right? As a friendly dictator, I will take care of this, and we'll make sure that these communists are pushed to the side.
Yes, do it. Let's do it. And if you don't put us in charge, we'll talk about it. We're just going to point it out to anybody that'll pay attention, anybody that'll listen. Domestic abuse the French way. Did you see Emmanuel Macron get popped? Goodness. He got it good. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com. We'll talk about Emmanuel next.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. The Atlanta Braves dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the San Diego Padres at Truist Park. They got a day off yesterday as the team opens up a 3-game series tonight in Philadelphia against the Phillies. It'll be Spencer Strider making his second start since coming off of the injured list. He'll be opposed by Ranger Suarez. First pitch is set for 6:45. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are now a win away from the NBA Finals after a 128-126 victory in Minnesota last night over the Timberwolves. Thunder now lead that series 3-1. And tonight, the Pacers look for their own 3-1 series lead as they host the New York Knicks. That game will tip off at 8 p.m. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Why shop at D. Geller & Son Jewelers? Well, right now, the economy is showing you why. This is Jonathan Geller, and across 3 generations, we've been proud to do all the things that keep our prices great, no matter what's going on in the world. Like carrying engagement rings from American-made designers who do all their work here in the U.S. and even alloy their own metals, no importing. So your dream engagement ring isn't just well-made, it's a great value. We maintain Atlanta's best selection of diamonds in all shapes and sizes, so you can find what you need today at prices those big box importers can't get. If you have a D. Geller diamond in your ring, now's a great time to upgrade. Our master jewelers do all repairs in-house right here in Atlanta. Most other jewelers are shipping your jewelry to some central shop or even a warehouse overseas. At D. Geller & Son, our jewelers are using our gold and gemstone supply to take the best care of your jewelry at the best prices. There's a lot of reasons to shop at D. Geller & Son, but since 1939, it's all come down to quality and value at D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Lowe's here to tell you about a new company that is changing the way people buy their next pre-owned car or truck. At The Honest Car Guy, they offer a completely transparent way to purchase a vehicle. You pay what he pays, plus a small honest fee. You can choose any make or model. He will search the country for the best deal out there. He'll handle the paperwork, your trade-in, shipping, and even give you the bill of sale. Friends, I've done the research, and this is a buying process that you can trust. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit online at honestcarguy.com.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season, and we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip Flop Day on May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A Chicago nonprofit that has been repairing and refurbishing bikes to help others for 25 years makes today's Dean's List. The organization is called Working Bikes, and they have seen tens of thousands of wheels coming through their doors, along with rescuing bikes from landfills, picking up abandoned bikes, or accepting them as donations. Over 150,000 have been repaired since 1999. 12% of bikes are fixed and sold, while 15% are donated back to the community for those that need to get around. Working Bikes is volunteer driven, meaning anyone can come and help fix a bike or learn how. And they are now accepting bikes from places overseas, giving back to communities across the globe. With more people learning how to repair bikes, the more they are able to give back to those who need them the most. Thank you, Working Bikes, for all that you do, and keep up the good work. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Fox on Tech. How's your air quality? It's one of the questions we all often ask before heading outside for the day. Your local forecast on your favorite weather app or radio station might tell you things like the air quality index. But what if artificial intelligence could predict such things? Microsoft says its latest AI model called Aurora can do exactly that. The tech company says it's accurately predicting weather events as complicated as hurricanes and typhoons. They even claim their forecasts outdid the National Hurricane Center's 5-day cyclone tracking in the 2022 season. Using artificial intelligence to help with meteorology isn't exactly new, but Microsoft plans to incorporate Aurora's work into the forecast offerings on its MSN public portal, using it to offer forecasts that update hourly, suggesting they have a high confidence in the AI's capabilities. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
The art of journalism, you present facts in an objective and unbiased way so that people will have no idea how you personally feel about the subject. Now, look at journalism today. Donald Trump is deporting 2-year-olds. A blatant lie. He's a threat to democracy. On and on. May I remind you, please, or tell you if you didn't already know, that among the people out there who call themselves journalists, the reporters, the producers, the editors, over 90% of them, probably around 95 or 96% of them, voted for Kamala Harris. And they always vote Democrat.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Story that broke yesterday that just blew up. And I couldn't help it. I was morbidly curious. And I went and searched it out. I had never seen anything quite like this happen before. A head of state taking a punch to the face right in front of everybody from his wife.
Is it? Can we? I mean, she strikes him
without a doubt. I
mean, it's like a shove to the face.
Yeah,
it's like
ah!
a get out of my face.
You're right.
I'm an old lady. Ah, I think.
I watched it 2 or 3 times, and the way he responds, because he realizes he's in front of the airplane. We're talking about Emmanuel Macron, by the way.
Yes, the president of France,
who.
He's inside.
He's
the
not
plane.
a guy's guy, though. Let's make that.
Now, we'll get to that. He's inside the plane. The exit from the tail opens up, and it's almost that he was unaware that there was already cameras, because he's standing. He's right in the view of it, and
you
suddenly
see the side of his face.
You see the side of his face, and suddenly you see a hand from his wife thing that hits him in the face. And as that happens, he then turns with this look of like what the hell was that? And then sees the cameras and goes immediately into smile. Hey,
yeah. Look, I'm talking like a Dentine commercial.
Yes.
Crest commercial. Ding! That's exactly right. It was $1 million smile, but it was so hollow because you had just seen what had happened. And so did he. And of course, the French media and the compliant American media was like, well, they're just having playful time.
Yeah,
right?
He was like, we're just horsing around, which I don't know if there's any 72-year-old woman who's horsing around by striking you in the face. Like if a 72-year-old woman hits you, it's because she meant to hit you.
And when as you're about to get out for obviously a public event, a public display, are y'all pushing and shoving each other right before you walk out? I mean, it would be like stepbrothers or something, where they, getting after each other or something. And this is his wife. It's so, and look, we talked about this earlier. Maybe you don't realize it. She's 72. He's 47, I believe. I mean, not that matters.
Oh, no, it does. It certainly does. Because that entire party is run by either cat ladies or very weak men.
Yes. And you have both of them in this one
scenario.
Yeah.
Very weak men. Again, Tim Walz, as we talked about in the last segment, that's a weak ass dude.
Yeah, it is.
We actually had Joe Biden, now granted, suffering from cancer and dementia. That guy has been led around by his nose by Jill Biden. Who do you think's been calling the shots on all this stuff? Who do you think put him on The View 2 weeks ago to look like a fool there too?
Yeah.
Or sent him up on a debate stage and was determined to have him run again. These are weak men that are on the Democrat side. And so, save it. Whenever I hear from y'all on Twitter, I already know as soon as you espouse this stuff, I'm like, that's a weak ass dude.
Yeah.
And I just know. It's what it is.
And the Democrats are literally launching a program trying to speak to dudes. Like they're spending $20 million trying to speak to men. New York Times has reported it. They're never going to be able to break through because the dudes that they try to have talk to you are not dudes. They're not they're male. They're not dudes.
No. In fact, if you're a dude and you're 47 years old and you're the president of France, more than likely, you're probably married to a pretty nice dime piece who I would say be 47 to 40. Shade's 72. All right, what dude who is a dude is tracking down a woman who's 30 years older? Now, it's different if you're 20 and she's 50 and it's a weekend. Totally different.
How you doing?
Nobody marrying 30-year-old older woman. Right? I mean, is she like the Empress to Heinz?
Yeah.
All right? Maybe. But not as if you're a dude, if you're a real cowboy out there, are you rolling around with that?
I just can't figure out.
Oh, and by the way, that woman had to sue somebody because they were saying she's a transgender.
Oh, wow.
So not only did she sue and she got paid out for it, and so it kind of continued the whole thing that she's a woman, but you actually had people suing to make her prove she was a woman because she don't look like a regular woman.
Oh, dude. And then the fact that this dude is the president of a country and is getting shoved around right in front of the cameras. There's no dude that's doing that.
No.
You think Melania Trump's going to shove President Trump? Hell no, that ain't going to happen.
My wife and I have been married 19 years. We've been together for 20-something years. Never has anything ever been physical between either one of us ever. Now, of course, like any couple, we've had like a fight or yelled or whatever.
Right.
But there's never been a moment where she's like, I'm going to push you in the face or slap you in the face or anything else like that. And in part because there's a level of respect we have for one another.
That's exactly right.
She is a 72-year-old cat lady that's like, you aren't anything. Like, he's the president of France, and she's like, I'm going to strike you in the face.
See, this is just French romance. We wouldn't understand in our culture.
Yeah.
We're just
look.
ignorant.
No, international speak is dude knows dude.
That's exactly
game
right.
knows game. Dude doesn't have none. Their whole party is filled up with a bunch of cat men. And then when you point this stuff out, then they're like, oh, I guess you're one of those heterosexual males. One of these. I'm like, hell yeah, I am.
The ones that might stand on the front lines and die for your country, that kind that you hate.
The one that actually takes responsibility for, I don't know, how the comfort level of my family is. The one that actually says, what do I need to provide? How do I have to keep the wife happy? Hey, you know what? Somebody's got to take care of the yard this weekend.
I'll do it.
These are dude things.
I'll do it.
Other things that these other guys will not do.
That's exactly right.
Like they're busy worrying about what kind of coffee that they're drinking.
Ugh. I just have no time for it, man. I so appreciate dudes, and I'm like I want dudes to be like I don't care what you think, and that's the way they always act because they couldn't care less that you think of them. You and your entire party can just go away because we do not care and you do not speak to us. And it's so obvious why. Just like you're laying out, Los, it's so clear why the Democrat Party cannot speak to men. No man is voting for the Democrat Party. It is those dudes that have been emasculated by their significant other that said, no, we're not voting for Donald Trump. I can't, if my wife were to come up to me and try to tell me who to vote for, I'd be like, you're crazy. I've not got time to listen to you. I will vote exactly the way that I feel like.
This is a calm down moment.
You calm down there. Take it down a notch. I'll tell you. Remember how it used to be, and this is now like 15, 20 years ago. Remember how you used to get a whole lot of college football that was on pay-per-view? You had to pay-per-view a game to watch it, and you're like, why am I having to pay-per-view for a game? Like, dudes would get upset about that stuff. And women that really loved football as well, they'd be like, I'm sorry, I don't want to pay to watch Georgia annihilate some 1AA team or whoever it's going to be. But dudes get upset about that stuff. Lady dudes get upset about that stuff. You know what cat lady dude gets upset about? Hey, Grey's Anatomy's coming to an end.
Oh my.
Did you see the new remake of Steel Magnolias?
That's right.
And the ones that also pretend to be feminists.
Oh my. You talking about the men?
Yes.
Oh my. Dude, I have no time for that. And no dude does.
When you're a feminist man, all I know, immediately I know it. You got a ween that nobody wants. So this is your way to figure this thing out.
I'm thinking that somebody might want it, but it's not what a dude would want.
I mean, I guess if I wanted to pretend and play the game, I'm like, you're going to be pretty surprised when I go from I'm right there with you, sister. And then I'm like, different.
Different. Dude, you wonder why the left can't talk to dudes? Emmanuel Macron is the picture perfect reason.
They don't have any.
Yeah. Man, dude. Imagine that was Donald Trump and the hell that would come down afterwards. He'd be divorced by today. It would. It's good. When we continue, remember when it was cool to love America? We're getting back to that, minus the Democrats. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10. Just a bunch of dudes hanging out. Glad that you're here.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Right now, I'm reading the book Original Sin, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. It's a look at the cover-up of Biden's mental decline. They really do a good job of detailing just how bad Biden's mental decline was, but in the book, about every other paragraph, they insert the paragraph, but Trump was a liar. Trump was a liar. Never mentioned that Biden was a prolific liar. You want some examples? Well, I got them. Cheated about law school. Said he graduated near the top of the class. No, it was the bottom. Lied about his grades. Lied about scholarships. He lied about being a college professor. He wasn't. He lied about being at Ground Zero on 9/11. He wasn't. No, he didn't witness the collapse of the Pittsburgh Bridge. He was never, as he said, arrested in a civil rights protest. He never drove an 18-wheeler. His first wife was found at fault in an accident that killed her. No, Joe Biden said it was the other driver. He lied about having 3 degrees in undergraduate school. He didn't. And no, his ancestors never worked in a coal mine in northeast Pennsylvania. A big no, he did not reduce the federal deficit by $1 billion. He increased it by $3 trillion. And the Inflation Reduction Act? Don't get me started. So even when writing a book about Biden's mental decline and the cover-up and the original sin, his decision to run for re-election, the Biden Democrat media has to put a focus on Donald Trump's so-called lies. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
This is House Call for Health. May is Arthritis Awareness Month. It's a joint pain or joint disease, and there are more than 100 kinds of arthritis and related conditions. The Arthritis Foundation says many people have heard of it, but don't know its impact. In the U.S., it's the #1 cause of disability and impacts nearly 60 million men, women, and children. 1 in 4 adults and hundreds of thousands of kids have a form of arthritis or related illness. It's a misconception that it's an old person's disease. 2/3 of those with arthritis are under the age of 65. And the disease costs the U.S. economy more than $300 billion a year combined in medical bills, lost wages, and associated expenses. Often, those with arthritis have comorbidities, accompanying conditions like obesity, heart disease, and diabetes. There's no cure, but medications and changing your lifestyle can help. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Fox News, the Wall Street Journal reports President Trump could take action this week after calling Russian leader Vladimir Putin crazy over the weekend following a barrage of deadly attacks on Ukraine. And Russia has taken control of 4 more border villages while dismissing the Trump criticism.
We heard from a spokesperson from the Kremlin who says this is a very crucial moment, which is associated, of course, with the emotional overload of everyone, absolutely, and with emotional reactions. Now, the White House has said all options are on the table when it comes to getting peace, but it wants to see this war end as soon as possible.
Fox's Mark Meredith at the White House, where President Trump has pardoned a former sheriff.
Scott Jenkins was convicted of taking bribes in exchange for appointing businessmen as auxiliary sheriff's deputies. The former Culpeper County, Virginia sheriff was set to serve 10 years in prison, but President Trump says instead he will live a productive life. The president alleges Jenkins suffered from a weaponized justice system and was limited in the evidence he could present in court by a judge appointed by President Biden.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz, a former police chief turned convicted rapist and murderer, is on the run for a 3rd day in Arkansas, where Grant Hardin broke out of prison Sunday. While the manhunt for escapees who broke out of a Louisiana jail a week and a half ago is down to 2.
3 of the escaped inmates were captured last night. None of them were here in the city of New Orleans. Baton Rouge police arrested accused murderer Lenton Van Buren. A concerned citizen called police after spotting him on a bench. Meanwhile, Texas DPS arrested fugitives Jermaine Donald and Leo Tate in Walker County, Texas, after a high-speed chase north of Houston.
Fox's Nate Foy, 13 people have been arrested accused of either helping the 10 inmates break out or helping them on the run. In Philadelphia, police still searching for the gunman who shot up a crowd of people last night, killing 2, injuring 9. On Wall Street, a big stock market surge is brewing with rising futures. America's listening to Fox News.
Summer is all about making memories, right? Backyard barbecues, road trips, maybe finally getting around to that hiking trail you've been eyeballing. But if you're living with pain, those future memories can be stolen from you. So here's a thought. Call 1-800-4RELIEF and try Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement designed to help your body fight pain. It's a doctor-developed formula made from natural ingredients. Best part? Relief Factor doesn't mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it for good. Whether it's kayaking, running around with the little ones, or just chilling in a hammock, Relief Factor can help you feel better, move better, and do more of the things you love all summer long. So if you're ready to reclaim your summer, head over to ReliefFactor.com or give them a call at 1-800-4RELIEF. Do it now and get their 3-week quick start for just $19.95. That's 1-800-4RELIEF.
Coffee, keys, and extra 106.3. That's how I get to work and home.
Tug and Los until 10. Glad that you're here. Coming off a beautiful Memorial Day weekend. Just a terrific weekend for me and my family. Stayed very busy. And it's the first weekend that just didn't fly by. We did something most every night. So we kept ourselves busy, but doing fun stuff. But it just seemed like the weekend went at the normal pace, which never happens. Usually it's just there and gone.
It was long. It was good.
Yeah, it was perfect. It was much needed too. It was one of those and yesterday I was like, man, I'm glad I'm laying low today.
Part of it was your suggestion, because my plan was I had to drive down to Florida to clean out an owner's closet for a pending sale. And you suggested, why don't you just get there, get your stuff done, enjoy yourself, and then drive back in the morning. I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I can get...
Because you're about to turn it around.
I knew I could get everything done within about 4 hours.
And then you're going to try to drive back home. And the only reason I made this suggestion is because we did this a few weeks ago, moving my son out of his apartment. It was 9:30. I'm like, let's just go home now. And we got home at 3 in the morning. And the next day we were completely wiped out. And we never recovered that weekend with shot.
And that's what you had suggested. You're like, just go to bed, get up early, get on the road. And so I got there at 3, got everything done. By 6 o'clock, I decided, well, okay, I can probably turn back around. It's like, but I'll get in right around midnight, 1 o'clock. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go get some dinner. Had a nice dinner by myself. Met a couple, sat at the bar, met a couple of nice people, just eating some seafood.
Yeah.
and then headed back over to the house, finished up a couple things, went to bed, popped up at like 6 a.m., was on the road like 6:25. I was home by noon.
That's awesome.
And it was perfect because I was like, I still have all day Saturday.
That's exactly
and
right,
it
man.
all rolled. So, yeah, good suggestion on your part.
Every once in a while I'll get it right. But
you had it nailed.
But good news because Los is selling a house down there in Florida, and it just seemed to work out. Like there was just the tiniest hiccup, and then it turned into the biggest benefit.
Our deal fell through while I'm driving down there.
They reach out to us like, "Hey, I know you're on the way down.
I'm on the way down, but hey, this is what's happening." Hearing from the realtor and everything else, I'm like, "Oh God!" And so then it turned into, "All right, scramble mode. Let's get this thing back on the market." And it turns out we got another offer within about 24, 36 hours. We actually got 2 offers, and so we ended up taking one. We locked in, and in fact, we told the new owners, why don't we close a little bit earlier so that you can take it for July 4th weekend?
Yeah.
So we were trying to, because
benefits.
they were trying to give us more time. We're like, no, listen, everything's good. Like, we got it cleaned out. We did everything we needed to. And so it's all going to work. And I'm actually been texting back and forth with a guy that I'm hoping is going to take care of our basement. And I'm like, Dad, you're going to get that basement.
That's right.
Going to get that basement here real soon.
About to roll that investment money into the new property.
Going to get that basement, y'all.
It won't be like Wayne's World for much longer.
It's
you've heard Los
really Wayne's World right now.
Goofing about it.
It is so Wayne's World. You go down there and you're like, why is there all insulation and just studs
and barrel
and a couch and a TV
and a place that looks like you might be able to do a broadcast of some sort, some fashion.
It's the fear bunker.
Yeah,
back there where I'm broadcasting from. It's like a submarine. There's no windows, so you have to imagine what it's like on the outside.
Dude, I've been on a sub one time, and it's confining for sure. But yeah, for us, man, Keith Urban Friday night, Braves game Saturday. Sunday was a great cookout with all 5 families that we spend the most of our time with. And
did you contribute?
Well, in what way? What do you mean?
I was going to say, as far as a cookout, did you make something? Or
Laura did. My wife did. She made a big charcuterie board to start with, and man, this thing was giant, and she did a great job. No, I just consumed.
Did you feel like when you were around the other men and they brought different forms of seared flesh that were removed from an animal and were there to serve you and give you that nourishment that maybe you were not kind of
because I brought drinks.
Oh, okay, never mind. You're good. I take it back. I take it all back.
I brought a handle with me. Everybody was so happy.
Drinks is important because that it tells you what it is. Drinks. Yeah. That could be sodas. That can be some bottled waters. No, these were drinks.
Yeah, that's right. I brought a handle of them. And everybody was so, it was just, they were flowing. Everybody was, and
nice.
Nobody got wild and crazy. Everybody just had just got right there to the edge and lived a good Sunday evening. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
It was so much fun. Yesterday, the mother-in-law and my mama, so the grandparents came to see Jacob before he goes off. He leaves on Thursday to go up to North Carolina, which is going to be great.
Are they going to wave goodbye and he'll be like, bye, Mom,
bye, Paul? No, not this time, because he's going to leave early in the morning on Thursday. So we only literally have 2 days with him.
Yeah,
that's it. And then he'll be in North Carolina.
And what's he? Is he 3 weeks or what is he? Or is it a couple months?
It's a couple months.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
It's 2 months, and then he'll come home for about 3 weeks. He's been home 3 weeks. He'll go for 2 months and then come home for 3 weeks before he goes over to Augusta.
That is a long. For a wood bat summer league, that's pretty legit.
Yeah, it should be fun. Living with a host family. It's a retired Duke professor. Spoke to him on the phone. They're like, yeah, man. The beauty is that we're just a couple streets over from the beach, kind of like your house.
Nice.
It reminds me of what And he's like, we got a golf cart that way he can get around. There's plenty of golf cart parking. But not a lot of car parking. It's tough to find. He won't have any of that. He's got a couple piers to fish off because Jacob, besides playing baseball, wants to be fishing. Those are the 2 things he loves more than anything else. And it just sounds like a great experience, great opportunity. Yeah. There's and the name escapes me. You'll have to forgive me. I'll get it at some point. But the host family's neighbor, their daughter is married to a former big league pitcher. So he's coming into town and he's going to speak with the team and hang out and, I don't know his name. They've told us, but I can't remember what they said. But he pitched for the Yankees and the Red Sox, I believe is what they said. So it'll be, that's just a cool experience, too, just be able to hang out with somebody that's had that experience. The one that you would, your dream is to be that.
Now, I know you were talking to Angela Morbido, and you were explaining to her, some of the stuff that your son has going on last week. Are we final? Like, do we know?
Oh, yeah.
So
He
we're
signed
final.
the letter of intent.
Letter
to
of
Augusta.
intent and everything else.
Yeah, it's all
Man, that's
done
going to be
and over
so
with.
cool.
Yep, going to Augusta, which is going to save us just a boatload
They
of
have
cash.
basically put together a package where he is almost, completely squared away, almost
Everything.
completely.
It's 100%. It covers food. It covers housing because they don't have on-campus housing, at least for Augusta University Medical College of Georgia does, and I guess the dental college or whatever is over there that's all part of that big group. They do, but just the business college and that sort of they don't have dorms or anything.
Right.
Which he wouldn't want to live in anyway.
Not at this point, yeah.
But it covers him a house off campus.
That is awesome.
But going from writing $40,000+ checks a year to going and writing zero, it's like a godsend.
Well, this is what we talk about the meritocracy, and I love when sports walks into it because even when we've talked about this with Neil Boards, sports is the one area, namely like the NFL, where if you don't perform, you're out, and that's the end of it. There's no guaranteed contracts.
That's
There's
right.
very little guarantee. You get guaranteed money up front, but there's no such thing as a full outside of one person. One person has a guaranteed contract in the entirety of the NFL, and no one's ever going to hand out another one after this ever again. But you have to perform. And so to then be like, as a young man in college, betting on himself in the way that he did, and to have it pay off in the way that it's going to, that is like the perfect lesson in what it's like to, if you do this, here's what comes on the other end of it and all the work that goes into that.
Yeah.
But you got to bet on yourself sometimes. Like, not everyone's just going to hand you something.
Ever. No one ever is, especially in sports. And as a college baseball player, you played yourself.
My first 2 years, I joked, my coach's job was to take the job away from me, find somebody better, and my job was to make sure it didn't happen.
That's right. Yeah.
The first 2 years, that's all it was.
It's all it is a tug of war.
I did not go in as like, hey, this guy's going to walk in starting as a freshman. It's like, no, that was not the mentality ever.
And that's the way it was at Charleston, being there for 18 months. And then, 5 guys, they all bet on themselves, went to a JUCO, and every one of them now have landed somewhere else. They all performed. They all played well. And now all of them are reaping the benefits. But it is just betting on yourself and trusting that you think that your ability and your work ethic is going to make a difference. And it did.
And you take that into the working world. You really do.
Yeah.
Like, I was speaking with, again, I'll call him Chris. Chris is a guy who spent time in the military. And then when he got out, he was like, I'm betting on myself. I want to start this own company. I want to be able to not only help people with all the work that needs to be done around their home, but I then want to go find other good people to employ. Mm-hmm. And when you talk to him about it, just the pride aspect of the only difference in success and failure wasn't luck, it was on his work ethic. And he was like, I learned that in the military.
Yeah.
It's
and it's probably instilled as a child too.
Yeah.
Because family.
It's on you.
That's important.
And that's all
that's
we
another
ever ask
dude
for.
thing. In that last segment, we're talking about
being
dudes.
a dude.
Dude, that's what dudes do. Especially fathers, passing it down to their sons, and in your case, your daughters, because your daughters have that same work ethic. You can see it. They put the effort forward. That's because they had that strong male leadership that the Democrat Party does.
Oh, it's just lacking. I thought about this too over the weekend. So the last time, because Barack Obama, he was pitched to us as like the dude. He plays basketball. He loves sports and kind of fun guy to be around. Kind of be an interesting guy. If you weren't into politics, go have a beer with. Mm-hmm. There's also the aspect of the college girlfriend and saying he's attracted to men and fantasizes about them. So you're like, okay, there's stories out about him having sex with men and getting into drugs and stuff like that. I'm like, okay. So the last one was probably Bill Clinton, who was young, charismatic, and was clearly, whether it being pretty rapey, but still there were women that would throw themselves at him.
That's right.
And he had no issue with partaking.
Yes.
That's probably the last time they really had like, dude, faults and all.
And I don't see another one on the horizon.
Who's the next guy?
I don't see anybody. They told you Tim Walz was him.
Yeah, who's the next one that was their version of a dude? Who's the next version? Who do they have on the horizon where you say, okay, that guy? Now, maybe you could point out Mark Kelly, but Mark Kelly is in that same boat everybody else is. You can be a former astronaut, but you have to speak the woke ideology, and the woke ideology is the ideology of cat ladies and weak men, or else you can't get elected.
And for him, because I believe he's probably a guy's guy at heart, but when you hear him talking about 20% issues that does not affect and does not interest the majority of the American people, you're right, it paints him in a very bad light. who's voting for that guy? Who's going, yeah, man, he's over there talking about boys and girls sports. I'm not for that. I'm not voting for that guy. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised that a former astronaut, knowing what it takes to be an astronaut, knowing the meritocracy, knowing the work, the grind that it takes to become an astronaut, there's so few of them. And he's willing to say, boys and girls sports is fine.
Totally good.
No dude is saying that that's okay.
We don't need to even vote on this. It doesn't even need to make it to the floor.
It's crazy when this conversation, and it doesn't come up often, with my son who's a college athlete. And he said, it's insane. Nobody believes that. And his girlfriend's a soccer player. And she was like, I don't want to play dudes.
No, of course not.
Her high school team won 3 state championships in 4 years. So she is a really great athlete. She's like, I don't want to have to play a group of men. She's like, there's no way I can compete there. It just physically, it doesn't work. And the example is always Megan Rapinoe and her USA squad getting beat by, what was that, 15U team?
Yeah, 15U team, 15 or 16U, where they beat them like 4-0. But that's
over and over again. It's proven that science, if you actually follow it, not just say you follow it, is so obvious that girls don't need to have to play against men, and yet they're dudes. Every one of them are saying, no, it's just fine.
I will warn you when I see the next one on the horizon. When I start looking around and going, all right, let's see what they're going to, because here's where they're missing the mark. And I gladfully love that they're missing the mark. Like, James Carville's saying the things that need to be said. Bill Maher is saying the things that need to be said.
And they're both being dismissed.
They're both being dismissed. They're both considered as ancient, and they're not in that realm of like what they're looking for. David Hogg was the only one who kind of pointed out, after he had all of his nonsense, he did point out, hey, we need to start paying attention, stop going after young men who say things in the party and kicking them out. And then they kicked him out. So there's no one on the horizon, but I'm telling you, like the Antichrist, I will be on the lookout. And when I see that person, I will identify. And then we will have to, like, imagine if Pete Buttigieg actually was not gay, didn't have a husband,
or a chess piece.
And a chess piece, and at some point had been like the governor of Ohio.
Yeah.
We would have a problem there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he served, and he's married, and this is what he sounds like, and this is what he looks like, and this is what he's done in his past. Uh-oh. But we don't have to worry about that.
But that and the politics are never going to align.
No.
You're never going to speak to dudes with the 20% issues that they are laser focused on. I use the example of girls and boys sports, but there's so many more. The language that they say they want to get away from, they don't want to get away from the ideology, the policies. They just want to disguise it. They want to change the language to maybe somehow trick you into believing that they're different.
Let me point somebody out that I did have concerns about, and now I didn't have to worry about it. It's like the cow that wanders into the river with piranha in South America. Like, well, that ain't gonna last long. Gretchen Whitmer had all the stuff you'd worry about. As you find her very attractive, I find her a little bit attractive.
I think she's a really good-looking lady.
So it starts there.
Crazy Bessie bug, but
when it comes to that level of politics, that is a factor.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she had that. She'd been a governor.
Mm-hmm.
You do have that angle where it's from the Rust Belt, the area that the Democrats absolutely 100% need to win. They cannot win a presidential election if they keep losing those states. So you have that factor. The problem is that woman did the one thing you're not allowed to. She gave a centrist message in the interest of her constituents, and now she is persona non grata. So that ends up being the problem. If there was a male version of Gretchen Whitmer, the minute she, or in this case he, uses any sort of centrist language, they chew him up and spit him out. I mean, John Fetterman, have you seen what's happened to Fetterman of late?
Dude, they want nothing to do
with him. They are sitting back and they're like, well, we can count on him for certain votes, but we also know that his rhetoric is not going to be helpful to us. And now they've tried to turn it into, is he really physically able to do this job?
Oh, yeah, all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
When he was running right after he had the stroke, he struggled to put sentences
and
together.
they're like, no, Johnny's great. Johnny's fine, man. No, y'all are just being a little bit mean. He's just resting right now.
The minute he said, Israel deserves to exist. Israel deserves to be able to defend itself.
Incoming.
They were done with him. You cannot say that in the Democrat Party. And that's exactly the reason they're never going to win men back. The SAM program, that's the one that the New York Times is writing about. You see it there probably this morning. It's called Speaking to American Men. It's the SAM program. They're investing $20 million in just the ability to try to figure out how to talk to men. It'll be invested in podcasts. It'll be invested in people that can speak to American men.
That reminds me, because they talked about, again, the millions of dollars, as you're pointing out. And their angle was, we need to find the next Joe Rogan.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
part
our
of it.
side.
That's part of it.
All right, first off, Joe Rogan, as a Bernie Sanders supporter, was largely on your side. He talks about, he grew up in a hippie culture. And what does he believe in? Universal health care, living wages, all the things that you would go, well, it kind of seems like it's a pretty leftist view. But you vilified him in a way for speaking out and using his First Amendment rights that then turned into, man, these people are nuts. Like, I just don't want to be associated with the crazy. The reason why the dude moved from California to Austin, which is a little less crazy, but he's like, listen, it's just crazy enough here in Austin. It's surrounded by non-crazies that are all red. He's like, that's not how California is. California is just a land of crazy. So you already had the guy. But if you're looking for another, and perhaps somebody who would do it for a pretty solid fee, I don't know about Tug. I don't want to speak for him, but all I'm saying here, comrades, is I'm ready when you are.
It's funny you bring that up.
Because there are at least 20 sexes. And I will tell you, as somebody who is a friend to the transgender, I am ready to talk to my sisters and brothers, the they-thems, and we will get through this together.
Los and I don't often read each other's notes.
We'll beat back this right-wing conspiracy.
That's right. Los and I often don't read each other's notes because we want to be able to respond genuinely. Listen, this was in the end of my notes. I love that they're wasting $20 million. I think men hear exactly what the Democrats are saying it and completely rejecting it. They could give us half the money, and we could tell them what the problem is. To your point.
I'm just saying that for the right amount of dollars, Tug and I will be like,
we can salvage your political.
We'll be training in the morning.
That's right.
We'll start speaking that audience you want to reach. I'm ready.
Just float the $10 million as 5 apiece.
That's right.
And we're still saving you 10.
Exactly. You're take that 10 back. Consider it like found savings. You can do whatever you want with it. Send it to your favorite USAID program.
Dude, I gotta get at least one of those millions with my unicorn horn.
Get it to the NGO,
of your choice.
Yeah, and then like what we'll do, like just so people really buy into it, we'll put together some sort of photographic spread where it's like, look, this guy Jure, he was caught at a bathhouse.
Yeah,
and they'll be like, oh, how noble, and now suddenly, boom, the show is ready to go.
That's right. But then
everybody knows we're down for the struggle.
That's right. But then we just turned off dudes by talking about bathhouses.
This is the issue you run into on the left.
That's exactly right. Where
this
are you
is
going?
What it is.
Where are you going? Who are you talking to? Who are they talking to?
I mean, if you could just go listen to like Pod Save America, give it like 10 minutes and you'll just go, that's not men. Those are men.
Nope. If you plan to make a pit stop by McDonald's, I think I'd wait. Tell you why next. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 877-9 southernexteriors.co. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters. They'll give you 10% off your project, or you can get 0% financing for 12 months at southernexteriors.co. CO!
Illegal border crossings are down 87%, and Army recruitment hits a 15-year high. So tell us again what's wrong with America? Yeah, exactly. Get it right with Atlanta's only conservative voice, Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Got the rain in the forecast today, and that means that if you've got a leak in your roof, you got problems. Water in your home is the worst possible thing that could happen to your home. And then you got throw in the humidity. We had tornadoes that have popped up across the southeast, thunderstorms, and we even had an earthquake, goodness, a couple weeks ago. But anyway, your house is taking a beating. It's just part of being in the South. It's just the weather that we face. And that's why Southern Exteriors is so good. It's what they were built for. They install roofing, siding, windows, gutters with quality and precision that holds up in the real world to that humidity, to those thunderstorms. And right now, you can get 10% off any job or 12 months, 0% financing. It's Tug, and I know these guys, they don't cut corners. They do not leave a mess behind, and I had to fire a contractor on a job recently on the interior of our home because they were just leaving messes everywhere. It's awful. This is something you don't want to deal with. Having nails in the front yard when you got kids, dogs, people walking around in the front. These guys do it right. They don't leave a mess. They just do dependable work, and they do it the right way. They have a foreman on site in case you have any questions. They are there to answer them. Yeah, this is the way it's done. Here's why. Or no, you're right. That's not at all right. Let's make sure we get that correct. So simple. 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co is the website. 8779-SOUTHERN, or go to southernexteriors.co.
So many people are living with pain every day, and they think they're just stuck with it. I mean, it just is what it is. But it doesn't have to be. I want to tell you a story about Jenny. She lives in Texas. And let me share her Relief Factor story. She said she was out for a walk one day, and she was hit by a car, unfortunately. Nothing she tried for her lower back pain worked. Her husband heard about Relief Factor on the program. Jenny said, okay, it's worth a shot. Well, Relief Factor worked perfectly for her. Her pain decreased, her range of motion increased, and to say that she's grateful, I am told, is an understatement. My pain started when I hit my 40s. I tried everything, but nothing worked until I tried Relief Factor, and that broke the back of my pain. If you're living with aches and pains, see how Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement, can help you feel and live better every day. Give their 3-week quick start a try. It's $19.95. In a few weeks, even in a few days, you'll feel the difference that Relief Factor can make. You don't have to be stuck living with pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com. Call 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800-4-RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com.
Stop dreaming. Start driving. Get the gift that keeps on giving with the Mercedes-Benz Dream Days sales event at RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Each of our certified pre-owned vehicles undergoes an exhaustive process of analysis, inspection, and reconditioning until it meets the uncompromising standards of RBM of Atlanta and Mercedes-Benz. For a limited time, get special financing from as low as 2.99% APR. In addition, you'll receive unlimited confidence with Mercedes-Benz's unlimited mileage warranty, delivering continued assurance for up to 7 years. Visit us online to see one of the largest and most comprehensive certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz inventories in Georgia, with over 170 vehicles in stock in Georgia. Not all offers apply to all vehicles, and special financing available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Services through May 31st, 2025. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details. Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guests are Samantha Rousey Glass and Lieutenant Justin Bowles of the Jess Rousey Honoring Heroes Foundation. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. Thousands of Georgians honored fallen servicemen and women on Memorial Day. Among those locally, a Cherokee County group known as the Shepherd's Men Group held a 12-mile march from Canton to Woodstock. The group carried 75-pound kegs of Clarity Lager, a beer brewed specifically by Reformation Brewing to raise money for the Share Military Initiative. And in Canton, the widow of a Marine organized the decoration of headstones and grave sites that have been neglected at the Georgia National Cemetery. Emily Farmer has been getting flower donations from local florists and Kroger for the past 2 years to honor fallen veterans. And the suspect in the shooting death of a Georgia Tech student has turned himself in to the police on Sunday. Police say it was a targeted incident. Today's weather, lots of rain moving through Georgia with potential for some heavy storms this afternoon and evening. We'll continue to see more rain tomorrow. Temperatures are in the mid-60s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne.
Tug and Los until 10, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. Windows, doors, siding, roofing, gutters. They can do it all. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. 10% off or 12 months, 0% financing, southernexteriors.co.
CO!
I've occasionally gone to McDonald's, but it is such a rarity, and it always puts me in a bad mood.
Why, you don't like clowns?
Well, no, it's just...
If it was a hamburger, took something from you?
I don't enjoy McDonald's. But there's been those times you've been out on the road or whatever, you're traveling, and it's just the only thing off the exit that's open or
Egg
whatever.
McMuffin has been clutch in the past.
Yeah, it has, right? Yeah. But I don't enjoy it. Like, it always... I'm just like, ugh. And look, if you're a McDonald's fan, I'm sorry. That's just my personal opinion of it. Because my wife loves an Egg McMuffin. That's her favorite breakfast. If she's getting fast food breakfast, that's her favorite. She's just raised on it, I guess, and that's just...
I'd say McDonald's is one of those fast food restaurants that varies greatly by location. You go to Chick-fil-A, you know you're always getting good service there. That's consistent. You go to a bad McDonald's, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah. And we don't go very often at all. If we do, it's always on a trip. And like I said, it's the last thing that I'm willing. I mean, it has to be I'm starving, and that's okay. I'm giving in. We're going to get it, and then I'm just going to deal with it. It's not anything I want to do. But now there's another reason that you should maybe if you already had hesitation, wait till you hear this. This is going to give you not hesitation. This is going to give you a giant pause.
Make America healthy again. I am not looking to ban anything, and nor have I heard Robert F. Kennedy Jr. outside of talking about if you're going to use, whether it's government cards or food stamps or anything else like that, that there's maybe some stuff that we should not make available to people that can't buy those. It's similar to if I was getting something from the government, I'm not going to be allowed to go buy a bunch of alcohol. Okay, that's part of it. It's in the interest of health. So this is a study that came out as of 2 days ago. So we got this basically going right into the weekend. And this is going to make you kind of go like, okay, this is what we're trying to get to with Maha. Like, what am I consuming? Can you at least tell me that so that I can make a more educated decision? Not that I want to ban the hamburger. All right? Simple Jack, you can get all the hamburgers you want. Not looking to ban the hamburger. Not looking to take away your McDonald's or tell you can't go through the drive-thru. What I'm telling you is we just want to be able to know this stuff. So this study ended up finding one McDonald's hamburger contained 1,300 strands of different DNA. Now, here was the reason why they were looking into this. We were starting to do a count of, how many heads of cattle do we have in the country? And how many pounds of burgers are basically going through McDonald's? Remember, McDonald's is wildly successful.
Yeah, remember they had billions and billions
and billions
they
and
couldn't
billions
even keep up with the account anymore.
Right. They're everywhere. And so the finding was the amount of bacteria. Now, again, bacteria is it's a trace element. Like, we all have it in our gut. Like, bacteria can be healthy, but it helps identify what's in your food. In this case, it talked about thousands of animals to a single hamburger, not thousands of cows.
Yeah.
What is in your burger? What are they serving you? And so that has been the discussion point. And here's the sense. If we take, here's a part of the study. If we take the meat from one animal, grind it up, and make some ground beef from just one animal, we're including only the bacteria from one animal. But if we take the meat from 1,000 different animals and grind that together, we're pulling the bacteria from 1,000 different animals as well. Again, bacteria not as a bad thing. Bacteria as an identifier of this isn't coming from a single source.
It just doesn't feel right. It's just like when you think about just taking, and I love hamburgers, love ground, whatever. But when I see a corporation taking, just shaved, pieces of meat, they don't want to waste any bit of it. So they take the tiniest piece that they can, they mechanically separate it, and then they mush it together with it just sounds so gross. It sounds so disgusting. And maybe it's completely fine, but it just doesn't. It doesn't sound completely fine. It sounds gross.
And well, this has been written about in books about pointed out like, okay, here's where your stuff comes from. It's just that now that we have this MAHA movement, you're getting little reminders of if you go to the store and you buy what you buy, it can kind of be a crapshoot. If you go to McDonald's, it's definitely a crapshoot.
Yeah.
That's why you now have this movement to how many locals do you know? Do you know local farmers? Do you know what they're selling? Do you know when your farmers markets are? Because I've started to actually figure out like where are now.
Laura goes to the Alpharetta Farmers Market usually at least every other Saturday.
What you're getting, you can pretty much know, and you can ask, what has this been sprayed with? What is this made out of? You know, you can ask these questions.
And they're willing to tell you.
And
they're willing to
because
tell
they're
you.
proud of their product.
They're proud of it.
One of the things that you'll see, and I remember this was covered in a couple of different videos, where there was runoff from into a creek, and it showed what a farm that uses nothing but insecticides and pesticides versus a farm that runs in a clean fashion. Now, you've got to really pay attention to everything. But the water runoff from the clean farm was pretty much clear. The one with all the pesticides and insecticides
cloudy,
was very
sure.
cloudy and darkish. So
I know my sister-in-law, Peeps, who sells her eggs.
She's an egg impresario.
That's exactly right. She's got a little stamp on there that says Peeps Eggs. It's great. It's the coolest thing. And she's so into it. She's got goats now and is wanting to expand out a little bit. But she tells people, it's so funny because people will ask her those questions that Los was just saying you should inquire about. And she tells people, like, when she takes the egg out, she doesn't, I think I've got this right, she doesn't rinse them because the membrane keeps it fresh. You don't even have to refrigerate it. The minute you wash the membrane off of it, then you just got a shelf life.
Yep, you got to refrigerate and everything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's so interesting that people ask her those questions, and she's so happy to answer them.
Well, at that point, they're talking like they have egg experience.
Absolutely. Exactly. And it's exceptional.
Yes.
Let's go.
Took until the 9 o'clock hour for egg experience and exceptional.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're not afraid to throw it out at you.
You guys are experts.
Yes, we are experts.
Experts.
That's right. It's funny that we would have these conversations. When you were hanging out this weekend, Memorial Day weekend, I know you went to the pool a lot and you're handing out Fireball, which is what a good neighbor. It's what a good neighbor does. It's what a good neighbor does.
All he was doing was he was hanging out like I was some dealer.
Yeah.
He was hanging out at the pool, dealing out Fireball.
But no, that's how you make friends at the pool.
I know. I have airline bottles like
That's what I'm
still in
saying.
there. If we get a chance to go there this afternoon, I'm gonna be like, so what do you need, man? What do you need? What do you need?
What I brought.
You got a little bit? You need a little something?
I
You need a
got
little
you.
something?
I got you. Here you go.
First one's free.
Yeah, that's right.
First one's free.
After that, it goes to $5 a bottle. No, but when you go to a neighborhood pool, if you go to a cookout like we did on Sunday, how many times do you bring up politics? Because I would say zero. That's how many times I bring it up is zero.
Zero from me. It does not come up. If you choose to want to ask me about that, I will gladly partake in it, but you will never hear from me now with my wife, different. Like I told her over the weekend, I was joking around about it earlier. So we had it was a friend of ours, grandchild was in the pool with a Paw Patrol dog. It was Marshall, and he was the firefighter dog. And I turned to my wife and I go, hey, you remember when your side wanted to cancel the cop dog?
That's right. Like, you thought this would be a good idea?
Hey, do you remember when your side actually had cops removed from the air? Like I was having fun with that stuff, but I don't ever do that with anyone when it comes to like their cookout, their party. If they want to ask me a question or get into something, I will partake, but I do not bring this stuff up on a regular basis.
It's because nobody in that moment, like as you're just relaxing and hanging out, politics can be divisive. Politics can be heavy. The last thing you want to do is to ruin that for anybody, for yourself even. Hillary Clinton feels very differently. She posted on X. She said, here's what I want you to do this weekend at your cookout. And I want you to talk with two people, not one. I want you to talk with two people about how bad Donald Trump is. That's what she said in her post. She had a whole document of all the things that she wanted you to hit and talk about and how this budget reconciliation was going to be terrible for America. Just what everybody wants to talk about at their neighborhood cookout and at the neighborhood pool when everybody's relaxing and having a good time. You want to know why the Democrats can't talk to people? Because they do stupid crap like that.
Nobody wants to. if you jump into it, it's because somebody else did. But I am not walking around my pool going, so anybody want to say anything about that big, beautiful bill?
Yeah.
Anybody want to
How
get
y'all
into
feel
that?
about these tariffs?
I need to share with y'all how bad this budget reconciliation is. It's going to be terrible. While everybody else is sipping on Fireball.
Do you know
his
budget reconciliation at the pool? That's grounds for dismissal. Get
That's
out.
exactly. You got to go.
Hey, we're only looking for 51 votes. You think we're going to get it?
But that's exactly why Hillary Clinton posted on her Twitter account. She said,
so out of touch.
Please,
what a weird human.
Talk to two people. She said two. Not one. Talk to two people at your cookout.
Who's really into politics around here?
I just can't imagine that being what you would take. Like, even if it was a serious conversation, that's not the place to do it. It ruined the weekend. Long weekend. I want you to talk politics with me. We got to tell you how bad Donald Trump is. Let's go.
I have found myself, when I listen to Neil Boortz, he would bring some things up, and I would say, I don't agree with that, or that just seems kind of strange. Like, he would tell the story about the person who, while he's having breakfast with his wife, comes up to discuss some sort of political issue. And Neil talks about writing down a number on a napkin and handing it to him. And they're like, what's that? It's like, that's the cost that's the price it's going to be for me to talk about this with you.
Because I already do it for a living. I'm not doing it free with you. Well, especially on behalf of Hillary Clinton, I'm not doing anything on behalf of Hillary Clinton.
But I find myself posting less and less because the more people that want to jump into that crazy of a conversation, like deeper conversation, I'm not talking like just fun stuff, but I find myself not getting into the things that warrant a discussion, because why am I going to do that at 7 o'clock this evening when I got to do it on a show from 6 to 10? I'm like, I'm just not going to bother with it because I ain't getting paid for any of that stuff. And quite honestly, you need to listen to the radio show rather than reading what I'm saying.
The other thing is, let's say you work at a pizza place. What's the appetite for talking about pizza? When you're done working at the pizza place?
Can't wait to talk about more pizza.
Exactly. Nobody's saying that. Or if you work like Dalton, Georgia, you work at a carpet mill. But you're in there, you're grinding it out. When you get there, you get out, you go to your kid's little league ball game or something. They're like, hey, how's that Creole rack? Let's talk about the tufting machine. Nobody wants to talk about that. They just did it.
I really want to get into the whole additional pads. Like, is that really going to be key to getting the right kind of
That's exactly right,
smoothness?
Man. It's just the dumbest thing. But this is why people don't listen to the Democrats. They just have no true north. They're so listless. They're so scattered. They're so lost. And when they find something to talk about, it's what no one wants to talk about. That's why they are going to continue to fail, which is just fine. He may be crazy, but he plans to work until he's 100, and he really loves America. Tell you who I'm talking about next on Extra 106.3.
Latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Tuesday, May 27th. The Atlanta Braves dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the San Diego Padres at Truist Park. They got a day off yesterday as the team opens up a 3-game series tonight in Philadelphia against the Phillies. It'll be Spencer Strider making his second start since coming off of the injured list. He'll be opposed by Ranger Suarez. First pitch is set for 6:45. You can hear that game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are now a win away from the NBA Finals after a 128-126 victory in Minnesota last night over the Timberwolves. Thunder now lead that series 3-1. And tonight, the Pacers look for their own 3-1 series lead as they host the New York Knicks. That game will tip off at 8 p.m. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
The warm air, the beautiful weather, and the sounds of baseball. It's got you thinking about hitting the road. And no matter where your adventures take you, Subaru of Gwinnett has a vehicle to get you there safely and in style. Like the 2025 Subaru Outback, which will take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 32 miles per gallon. And if you're up for adventure, it'll get you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. More than the Honda CR-V or Toyota RAV4 or the 2025 Subaru Forester, the SUV for all you love. It's the right-sized SUV for all the adventures ahead with a spacious and comfortable interior for everyone you want to bring along. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
The new era of Georgia Tech women's basketball starts now. Secure your spot in the Camas Pavilion to watch first-year head coach Karen Blair and the Yellow Jackets take on ACC opponents such as North Carolina, Louisville, and Notre Dame. Waves away a screen, a shake, a jump stop, a pull-up, good. Just outside the left block, that was smooth. Save your seat for all of the on-court action at RamblinWreck.com/tickets. Sting 'em.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/faith. That's ethos.com/faith.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
It's May 27th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Grape Popsicle Day. The popsicle has long been a tasty treat that's nearly synonymous with the arrival of warmer weather. The history of the popsicle dates back to 1905 in San Francisco, California, as a young Frank Epperson discovered he made the dessert completely by accident. Nearly 20 years later, he patented the frozen sweet as the Epsicle, later changing the name to the Popsicle. Also on this date, in 1958, Ernest Green becomes the first African-American student to graduate from Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas. Just a year earlier, Green was part of the Little Rock Nine, who had to be escorted into the segregated school by federal troops as members of the Arkansas National Guard blocked their entry into the building. If it's your birthday today, you share it with former Secretary of State and Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. Henry Kissinger, born in 1923. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The only thing better than covering all these Trump wins is watching the left implode over it.
Donald Trump is entertaining the world while he's changing the whole freaking planet.
Extra 106.3 is committed to bring you the news you care about most. From Atlanta legends and conservative voices you've relied on for a generation. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. Los shared a really, really great story about his uncle that had kind of been a long time coming about his family being able to know what happened to the man that Los was named after. Can you recap this a minute? Because we have this really incredible piece of audio that seems like it would go along perfectly with this.
I'm named after my uncle who was killed in Vietnam as a 22-year-old. And for 50 years, my family had no idea what had happened to him. They had read in a book where there was a Carlos Medina who'd been killed by a sniper, shot while he was having lunch on top of a tank. And so that became like the story for the better part of like 20 years. It wasn't until I got inspired by Chris Mortensen, previously of ESPN, since the late, great Chris Mortensen, who said, hey, keep looking into this stuff. Every now and then the government releases more information about after-action reports. And sure enough, looked into it, and his information on how he was awarded the Bronze Star and what he did that night in a Viet Cong camp ended up being released. It had been out for like maybe 6 months. And of course, nobody in the family was looking for that, just what had happened. So when I shared it with my father, the night of, I was like, hey, do you know what happened to your brother? He's like, yeah, he was killed having a sandwich on a tank. I was like, no, that's not what happened. Sent him the report. He called me back beaming about what had happened, and he shared it with his whole family and was like, listen, our brother, our older brother who was killed in Vietnam, this is how he was awarded all these medals, because of what he did that night to draw fire away from the rest of the guys that he was out there with.
Real hero. Buzz found out that his uncle was a real hero. And that's a word that gets overused a lot here as we broadcast at Dickie Broadcast.
He was one of the older guys. And so, guys that had been in country, for a short amount of time, he'd already been in the military, in the Army for 5 years. So it was, he had a certain responsibility to the younger guys.
Without a doubt, and took that responsibility so seriously. And when I say hero, I don't want you to ever think about Matt Olson hitting a home run, because that word gets so used here at the ballpark. Oh, he was the hero of the night, which is great, man. And I'm not saying you shouldn't say that at all. I'm not nitpicking that. But there's just a deeper meaning to hero, and Los' story describes an actual hero.
I think hero goes along with sacrifice. Oftentimes.
Does, for sure.
It's like you can be a hero to your family. You can be a hero to your community. And oftentimes that means, what are you giving of yourself? To hit a baseball, listen, I loved hitting a baseball. That was a lot of fun. But I never looked about anything being like somehow heroic.
Right. But even like Ben Ingram, as much as we love him, he's the hero of the night. When we walk off home run, it's great.
Like, there's something to the person who, if they are in a field of competition, they're hurt.
Yeah,
and they get out there and they put it out there and they sacrifice. I'm like, yeah, that is heroic. I think there always has to be some issue of, what are you willing to deal with? What are you willing to put up with in order to be there for whoever it is?
Real heroes. And I want you to listen to what Tom Cruise had to say on Memorial Day. And I don't care how you feel about Tom Cruise personally, whether you think he's the greatest actor or don't care about him because he jumped on Oprah's couch 20 years ago. Because I fall somewhere in the middle. I think he's wacky. I'm not sure I get where he's coming from a lot. His Scientology thing throws me a curveball. But when he speaks about America, I'm going to give him credit. He speaks about it the way I want to be spoken to about America.
For 250 years, when their country is called, the men and women of the United States military have answered. It began in 1775, June 14th. As American militiamen besieged the British in Boston, Congress ordered the creation of a new army, Continental Army, the birth of the United States Army. 4 months later, October 13th, the Navy was born, and November 10th, the United States Marine Corps. Declaring independence, Congress pledged their lives, fortunes, and their sacred honor. And through the Revolution and generations since, American service members have lived out that pledge, and they have sacrificed. 80 years ago, World War II, more than 400,000 lost to war, 36,000 in Korea, 58,000 in Vietnam, and 7,500 fallen in operations since. Memorial Day is their day, the United States military's most sacred day. At the National Memorial Day Parade along Constitution Avenue, and at parades and ceremonies around the country, we honor those who gave their last full measure of devotion. And as we commemorate the 250th birthday of the United States military, to all who have served, to all who have sacrificed, we offer you our lasting gratitude and our pledge to always remember.
Whew!
That's
like
well
the
done.
Hair on the back of your neck stand up.
That's good. I love the history too.
Me too, because he wasn't afraid to put it in there. He laid it all out, and he doesn't care what people think. He was like, I am a proud American, no matter what you think about him elsewhere. Otherwise, dude did that right, and I give him full credit. Dude, he gets an A+ for me. Tom Cruise, I hope your movie does really well.
If you remember what happened during the filming of Top Gun Maverick, when the enemy fighters, and they had some of the things where the Chinese were like, that kind of looks like you're depicting us. Like, no. Kind of looks like, if you're depicting us, it's not going to be in this country. Well, remember, he's got one for, what was it, was it Taiwan? Or
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, kind of looks like you're supporting. Well, it's staying.
And
it's staying.
There was the debate where they were going to take it down just to appease, and Tom Cruise said
like, no.
And he left it on there.
Yeah. He's like, this is an American movie.
In the original trailer of the movie or a movie poster or maybe even both. I remember this whole
that
thing
was the
coming
story
down.
of them threatening to not release in the Chinese market, and he's like, nope,
just don't care, man. And I think he did just fine. Top Gun Maverick. It's one of the very few that have been remade years later that stand up. That was good,
really good.
It was so good, dude.
But it didn't try to rewrite the first one and make it a reboot. It was a proper sequel.
Yeah, that's a great
really point.
Good,
it was a proper sequel. You had just enough nostalgia with who was in it and a storyline that had progressed from essentially was 30 years before.
That's right. The only other one that I'll give credit to is like the Creed line. I
love the Creed movies.
They do the same kind of thing. It's a continuation of the story.
They're not trying to rewrite it and say, don't forget about those problematic ones from.
But think about how many times we fail, Jerry, where that's a movie from 30, 40 years ago, and it's like, well, let's make the next version of it. It's like, okay, that didn't hit at all. Like Coming to America 2, that's one of the worst movies you could possibly watch of a great movie.
Axel F., the latest Beverly Hills Cop.
Great movies that then whatever they did down the road to continue the story are awful.
Yeah, just no good. So good job, Tom Cruise. I'll give you a hand salute, sir. And that's going to do it for us. The show flew by this morning. Thank you for being a part. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring about the things that matter, the discussions that matter when it comes to America. Thank you to the ladies. Ladies, we know you're there. All the ladies listening in, we found out half our audience is women, which is so unusual for a show like this one. So thank you, ladies, for being here. 404-741-1230. You're always welcome here on the Morning Xtra for Los and Jure. And our intern, Jack, too. My name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
The Morning Xtra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and The Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Xtra 106.3.